This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks. I'm not even sure I want to put this into words, but I need to tell someone who might understand or at least not think I'm completely insane. I'm still not sleeping well. Every time I close my eyes, I see their faces. It was about 3 weeks ago. I'd been at this nightmare business conference in Portland for 4 days straight. Back-to-back meetings, networking events, and professional development workshops that ran from 7 in the morning until 9 at night. By the final day, I was completely drained. All I wanted was to get home to my apartment, take a hot shower, and collapse into my own bed. The conference wrapped up around 10 in the evening, and I decided to drive straight back rather than stay another night. My home is about 3 hours away in normal conditions, and I figured I'd be tired but home by 1 in the morning. I grabbed a large coffee, hooked up my phone to the GPS, and hit the road. Everything was fine for the first hour and a half. Traffic was light, my playlist was keeping me awake, and I was making good time. Then my navigation app beeped with an alert about an accident on the main highway. It calculated a new route that would save me 45 minutes. Without thinking twice, I followed the directions onto Highway 16. I'd never been on this road before. It was a 2-lane highway that cut through dense forest and rolling hills. The kind of rural road where the yellow line down the middle is the only thing separating you from oncoming traffic. Except there wasn't any traffic. Not a single car passed me going the opposite direction. About 20 minutes after turning onto Highway 16, a thick fog started rolling in. Not the light mist that burns off quickly. This was heavy, almost tangible. My headlights barely cut through it, and I had to slow down to 40 miles per hour. The trees on either side of the road seemed to close in, creating this tunnel effect that made me feel claustrophobic even inside my car. Then my phone lost service. The navigation app froze on the screen, and the music cut out. The sudden silence in the car made me realize how utterly alone I was. I wasn't too worried, though. The app had shown it was basically a straight shot through to the main highway on the other side. I just needed to stay on this road for another 30 miles or so. That's when I saw the first car. It was pulled over on the shoulder, hazard lights blinking weakly through the fog. As I got closer, I could make out a figure standing beside it, a woman in a light-colored dress, arm extended in the universal hitchhiker pose. Something about the scene made my skin crawl. I'm not someone who stops for strangers on deserted roads at midnight, but I did slow down a bit as I passed. The woman's face was obscured by the fog and the darkness, but I could feel her watching me as I drove by. In my rearview mirror, I saw her arm slowly lower as my taillights disappeared into the fog. I felt a pang of guilt, but reminded myself of every true crime podcast I'd ever listened to. Better safe than sorry. About 10 minutes later, my grip on the steering wheel tightened as I spotted another car on the shoulder. Same model, same color, same hazard lights blinking through the fog, and the same woman in a light-colored dress, arm extended. I blinked hard, thinking my exhausted brain was playing tricks on me. I slowed down even more as I passed, trying to get a better look. The woman turned her head to follow my car, but her face remained shadowed, the exact same posture, the exact same position as before. My heart started racing. This couldn't be happening. There was no way the same woman could have gotten ahead of me on this straight road with no turnoffs. I pressed the gas pedal harder, eager to put distance between us. The fog grew denser, seeming to swallow my car. I could barely see 20 feet ahead now. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and I was leaning forward as if those few extra inches would help me see better through the windshield. That's when my headlights illuminated a third figure standing directly in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, skidding slightly on the damp asphalt. My car came to a stop just feet from the woman. It was her again, the same woman in the same dress. But this time, she was blocking my path completely. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. Every instinct told me to floor it and drive around her, but something kept me frozen in place. She didn't move, didn't try to approach my car. She just stood there, staring. After what felt like an eternity, I cracked my window about an inch. "Do you need help?" My voice sounded strange even to my own ears. She took a step toward my car. "The others didn't stop either," she said. Her voice was oddly flat, emotionless. "They said they'd send help when they reached town, but no one ever came back." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean? What others?" She tilted her head slightly, and for the first time the moonlight caught her face. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, with dark hollows where her eyes should have been. "You should keep driving, Rebecca. Millfield is just ahead, but remember, the dark mile always leads home." I never told her my name. My foot hit the gas before I even realized what I was doing. I swerved around her, tires screeching on the wet pavement. In my rearview mirror, I saw her standing motionless in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. How did she know my name? How could she possibly know who I was? My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the car on the road. I kept checking my rearview mirror, terrified I'd see her somehow behind me. But there was nothing but fog. After about 15 minutes of driving way too fast for the conditions, I saw lights ahead. Millfield. The small town my GPS had shown along the route before it lost signal. Relief washed over me. Civilization, other people, safety. But as I entered the town limits, something felt wrong. The streets were completely empty. Not a single car moved on the roads, despite it being just after midnight on a Friday. Small towns quiet down early, sure, but this was different. It felt abandoned. I drove slowly down Main Street, passing darkened storefronts and empty sidewalks. No pedestrians, no late-night diners, no bar crowds. Even the traffic lights were just blinking yellow in all directions. The population sign had said 2,371 people. Where was everyone? I pulled into a gas station, but it was closed. The convenience store next door was dark too. I kept driving, looking for any sign of life, until I reached what appeared to be the town square. There was a small park with benches and a large stone monument in the center. I don't know what compelled me to stop and look. Maybe it was the way the moonlight hit the stone, or maybe some part of me already knew what I would find there. I parked my car and walked toward the monument, my footsteps echoing in the silence. It was a memorial. The inscription at the top read, "In memory of those lost on Highway 16. Below were names, dozens of names, with dates ranging back decades. My eyes scanned the list, not knowing what I was looking for until I found it. Rebecca Mills, my name, with today's date. I staggered backward, nearly falling. This couldn't be real. I pressed my palms against my eyes, telling myself I was hallucinating from exhaustion. When I looked again, my name was still there, the engraving fresh compared to the weathered names above it. I ran back to my car, fumbling with my keys, my phone. I needed to call someone, anyone. I grabbed it from the dashboard where I'd left it. To my surprise, I had service again. 5 bars and notifications. 17 missed calls and 23 text messages, all from earlier in the evening. I opened the first one from my roommate. "Hey, where are you? There's been accidents on Highway 16. They've closed it. Call me back." The next was from my mother. "Rebecca, please tell me you're not driving home tonight. The news is saying Highway 16 is closed due to multiple fatalities. Please call me as soon as you get this." Message after message, all warning me about Highway 16, all sent hours ago when I should have received them. But that was impossible. I'd turned onto Highway 16 after these messages were sent. As I sat there trying to make sense of it all, my headlights flickered and died. The dashboard lights followed, plunging me into darkness. I tried the ignition, but nothing happened. Dead silence. That's when I noticed them. Shadowy figures emerging from between buildings, from alleys, from doorways. Pale, translucent forms moving slowly toward my car. As they got closer, I could make out their faces. Faces that matched the names on the memorial. They surrounded my car, silent and watching. Some pressed their hands against my windows, leaving no marks or condensation. Their eyes were hollow, just like the woman on the road. I screamed, but the sound seemed to die in the air around me. I tried the doors, but they wouldn't budge. I was trapped. Then I felt it, a cold hand on my shoulder from the empty back seat. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't move at all. "We've been waiting for you," whispered a chorus of voices all around me. "The dark mile always leads home." The darkness pressed in, and for a moment, I thought I was dying. Then I woke up in my car, parked at a rest stop on the main highway. Broad daylight. My phone showed it was 2 in the afternoon, 14 hours after I'd left the conference. According to my GPS history, I'd never turned onto Highway 16. According to my gas gauge and odometer, I'd driven straight home on the main route. But I know what I saw. I know what happened. I've looked up Millfield. It doesn't exist. I've searched for Highway 16. There is one, but it's nowhere near my route home. The woman, the memorial, my name on that stone, it was all real. I felt it. I still don't know what happened that night. Was it some kind of waking nightmare, a hallucination from exhaustion, or something I can't explain? All I know is I'm afraid to drive at night now, and whenever fog rolls in, I hear those whispers again. The dark mile always leads home. I don't know what that means. I don't want to know. Story 2. I still can't sleep properly after what happened on Highway 101 last October. I've spent months trying to make sense of it, but I can't. I need to get this off my chest, even if nobody believes me. It was October 28th, and I was driving up to see my sister in Eureka for her birthday. I'd left work early in San Francisco, figuring I'd make it before midnight if traffic wasn't too bad. The drive started out normal, just me, my podcast, and the open road. Around 7 in the evening, the weather changed. I'd just passed through Cloverdale when this fog started rolling in from the coast. Not your regular fog. This was thick, almost solid looking. It crept across the road like it had a mind of its own. My high beams just bounced back at me, so I had to slow down to like 30 miles per hour, squinting to see the road markings. I remember checking my GPS and realizing I still had about 3 hours to go. The podcast wasn't holding my attention anymore. Something about the fog was making me uneasy. I turned it off and drove in silence, both hands gripping the wheel. About an hour into this nightmare drive, I saw something by the side of the road. At first, I thought it was just a deer, or maybe a road sign my headlights had caught. But as I got closer, I realized it was a person, a woman, just standing there in the fog. My first instinct was to keep driving. Who stands on a highway in dense fog at night? But something about the way she was standing, arms wrapped around herself, shivering, made me pull over. I still wish I hadn't. I stopped about 20 feet ahead of her and watched in my rearview mirror as she ran toward my car. Her clothes were torn and dirty, like she'd been running through the woods. Her hair was a mess, with twigs and leaves stuck in it. She was maybe mid-20s, and the look on her face, pure terror. When she reached my window, I rolled it down just a few inches. Call me paranoid, but Highway 101 at night isn't the place to be too trusting. "Please," she gasped, "please help me, I need to get away from here." Her eyes kept darting back to the tree line, which I could barely make out through the fog. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the doors. She practically dove into the passenger seat. "Thank you," she said, her voice shaking. "My name's Emily. I need to get to the next town." I asked what happened, and she told me she'd been at a party with friends in the woods near Leggett. Some local guy had invited them. They were all visiting from Portland, but something had gone wrong. "We were just hanging out, drinking around the bonfire," she explained, still breathing hard. "Then Jake, he's the guy who invited us, he started acting weird, said he heard something in the trees. We all laughed it off, thought he was trying to scare us." As I pulled back onto the highway, she kept looking out the window, jumping at every shadow. But then I heard it too. I don't know how to describe it, like whispering, but not human. And there were shadows moving between the trees, but they didn't match up with anything that should have been casting them. I remember getting goosebumps as she spoke. The fog seemed to press against the car windows, isolating us in this little bubble of light. Everyone started freaking out. Some of my friends ran toward the cars, but others, they just walked into the woods like they were in a trance. I called after them, but they wouldn't answer. Then something grabbed Jake, just pulled him backward into the darkness. I didn't see what it was, just his face as he disappeared. He wasn't screaming. He looked peaceful. That's when I ran. I tried to calm her down, telling her it was probably just some local prank, maybe someone drugged their drinks. But I didn't really believe that. Something about her terror felt too genuine. We drove in silence for a while. The fog was getting worse, if that was possible. I could barely see 10 feet ahead of us. My GPS kept cutting out, the screen flickering between our location and just static. "There's a diner up ahead," I said, remembering it from previous trips. "We can stop there, call the police about your friends." Emily nodded but didn't speak. She was staring out the window again. "Do you see that?" she whispered suddenly. I glanced over, but all I could see was fog and the vague outline of trees. "There's something following us in the trees," she said. Her voice had changed, becoming almost monotone. "It's keeping pace with the car." I hit the gas a little, pushing up to 40 despite the visibility. The fog swirled in our headlights, creating shapes that seemed to move independently of the wind. "It's still there," Emily said, her face pressed against the window. "It's watching us." I was about to tell her to stop freaking me out when I saw it too, a darker shadow moving parallel to us in the woods. It was tall, way taller than a person, and it seemed to glide rather than walk. I blinked hard, and when I looked again, it was gone. The diner appeared out of the fog like a mirage, a small, run-down place with a flickering neon sign that read Redwood Rest Stop. The parking lot was empty except for a single pickup truck. I pulled in and shut off the engine, suddenly not wanting to go inside. Something felt wrong. But we couldn't sit in the car all night, and my phone had no signal to call for help. "Come on," I said to Emily. "Let's get inside and figure this out." We got out of the car, and the silence hit me immediately. No traffic noise, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of our breathing and the distant hum of the diner's sign. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive. We were halfway to the entrance when Emily froze. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. I listened. At first, nothing. Then I heard it, a low growling sound coming from the edge of the woods. It wasn't a dog or any animal I recognized. It sounded almost hungry. The diner door suddenly banged open, making us both jump. An older man stood there, maybe in his 60s, with a weathered face and gray beard. "Get inside," he said urgently. "Now." We didn't need to be told twice. We rushed past him into the diner, and he quickly closed and locked the door behind us. The diner was warm and brightly lit, a sharp contrast to the fog-shrouded darkness outside. A middle-aged woman stood behind the counter, and a younger guy was wiping down tables. They both looked at us with the same concerned expression as the older man. "You shouldn't be out there at night," the older man said. "Not in this weather." "We were just driving through," I explained, still trying to process what had happened. "My car's outside." "Your car will be fine," he interrupted. "It's you they're interested in." A chill ran down my spine. "They?" The man gestured for us to sit at a booth away from the windows. The woman brought over coffee without asking if we wanted any. "The locals call them the Shadows," the man explained in a low voice. "Been stories about them for generations. They come with the fog, usually in October, right before Halloween. They take people." Emily's hands were shaking so badly she couldn't pick up her coffee cup. "My friends," she whispered. "They walked into the woods like they were hypnotized." The man nodded grimly. "That's how it starts. They call to you, make you see things, hear things, lure you away from safety." "This is crazy," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "There has to be a rational explanation. 37 people have gone missing on this stretch of highway in October over the last 50 years, the woman behind the counter called over. Never found a trace of any of them." The younger guy who'd been cleaning tables joined our conversation. My brother disappeared 3 years ago. He was driving home late, called me saying he saw a woman on the side of the road who needed help. That was the last anyone heard from him. Emily let out a small sob. They've got my friends. We need to help them. The older man shook his head. Once they're taken, they don't come back. Best we can do is wait until morning. The shadows don't like the daylight. I was about to argue when a loud crash came from outside, followed by the sound of breaking glass. We all jumped. They've never come this close before, the woman whispered, her face pale. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely. The diner was plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the moon through the fog-covered windows. "Nobody move," the older man whispered. "And whatever you do, don't look directly at them if they appear." We sat in terrified silence. I could hear Emily breathing rapidly beside me. The darkness felt alive somehow, pulsing with malevolent intent. Then came the scratching at the door, slow, deliberate, like long nails dragging across the wood. It moved to the windows, circling the diner. A shape appeared at the window nearest our booth. A tall, impossibly thin silhouette, darker than the night around it. It pressed against the glass, and though I couldn't see a face, I knew it was looking at me. Something in my mind whispered to go outside, to join whatever was waiting in the fog. It promised answers, peace, an end to fear. I found myself standing up without realizing it. "Sit down," the older man hissed, grabbing my arm. "That's how they get you." The scratching intensified, becoming a frantic scrabbling at every door and window. The glass began to crack. "The back exit," the woman said urgently. "Through the kitchen. My car's parked out back." We moved as a group, stumbling through the darkness toward the kitchen. The younger guy found a flashlight somewhere, its beam cutting weakly through the gloom. Just as we reached the kitchen door, the front windows shattered inward. Cold fog poured into the diner, bringing with it that same whispering sound Emily had described. Not words exactly, but something that tugged at the mind, urging surrender. The kitchen was small and cramped, the emergency exit visible at the far end. We rushed toward it, but as the younger guy reached for the handle, the metal door began to frost over, ice crystals forming in intricate patterns. "They're outside," he said, backing away. "They're waiting for us." A loud bang came from the dining area, the front door giving way. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. The older man looked around desperately, then pointed to a trap door in the floor. "The cellar. We can hide there until morning." He pulled it open, revealing a narrow wooden staircase descending into darkness. One by one, we climbed down, the older man coming last and pulling the door shut above us. The cellar was cold and smelled of damp earth. The flashlight revealed shelves of canned goods and supplies, a small generator in the corner. "They've never been this aggressive," the woman whispered. "Something's different this time." We heard movement above us, slow footsteps crossing the kitchen floor. Directly over the trap door, they stopped. For what felt like hours, we sat in silence, barely breathing. The generator wouldn't start. Something had damaged it. All we had was the failing flashlight, its beam growing dimmer by the minute. Then the whispering started again, coming not from above, but from all around us, as if the very walls were speaking. Emily began to cry softly. The younger guy pressed his hands over his ears, but it didn't help. The whispering was in our heads. The trapdoor handle began to turn slowly. "The back corner," the older man whispered urgently. "There's another way out, an old tunnel that leads to the woods, used to be for bootlegging during Prohibition." We followed him to what looked like a solid wall. He pushed against a section, and it swung inward, revealing a narrow earthen tunnel reinforced with wooden beams. "Go," he urged. "I'll hold them off." I wanted to argue, to pull him with us, but the trap door was opening. The last I saw of him was his determined face as he stood before the opening, an old revolver in his hand that he'd pulled from somewhere. The tunnel was barely tall enough to stand in, the walls pressing in from both sides. We stumbled forward in the dying flashlight beam, the younger guy leading, then Emily, the woman, and me bringing up the rear. Behind us, I heard a single gunshot. Then silence. No scream, no struggle, just silence. The tunnel seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning beneath the earth. The air grew colder, harder to breathe. The flashlight flickered one last time and died, leaving us in perfect darkness. We continued forward, hands outstretched, touching the walls to guide us. Nobody spoke. The only sound was our labored breathing and the occasional drip of water from the ceiling. I don't know how long we walked. Time seemed to lose meaning in that lightless passage. Eventually, I felt a change in the air, fresher, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. "I think we're nearly there," the younger guy called back, his voice echoing strangely. A few more steps and I saw it, a faint grayish light ahead, the exit. We emerged into the forest. The fog was still thick, but the first hints of dawn were lightening the eastern sky. We had made it through the night. But as I looked around at our small group, I realized Emily was missing. "Where is she?" I asked, panic rising in my throat. "She was right in front of you," I said to the woman. She looked confused. "No one was in front of me except him," she pointed to the younger guy. "Emily," I insisted. "The girl from the highway, she was with us." They both looked at me like I was crazy. "There was no girl," the younger guy said slowly. "It was just the four of us in the diner. You came in alone." I felt the blood drain from my face as I remembered what he'd said earlier about his brother, how he'd disappeared after stopping to help a woman on the side of the road. To this day, I don't know what happened on Highway 101 that night. I reported it to the police, but they found no evidence of a struggle at the diner. The older man was missing, presumed to have wandered into the woods. They found no record of any party near Leggett, no missing persons matching Emily's description. Sometimes I wonder if she was ever real, or if she was just another lure, like the whispers in the dark. All I know is that I avoid Highway 101 now, especially in October when the fog rolls in. And if I ever see someone standing alone on the side of the road, no matter how desperate they look, I keep driving. Because whatever's waiting in those woods, it's still there. Watching, whispering, waiting for someone else to stop. Story 3. I still have trouble sleeping some nights. Even though it's been years since we moved out of that house, I can't shake the feeling that something followed us. I guess I should start from the beginning. After 15 years of hell with my ex-husband, I finally got the courage to leave with my kids, Marcus and Emily. They were both teenagers at the time. Marcus was 17 and Emily had just turned 15. We didn't have much money, but I found this old house in Pinewood Hollow that we could afford. Yeah, the neighborhood wasn't great. There were break-ins pretty regularly and you'd hear sirens most nights, but honestly, it felt safer than living with their father. The house was cheap for a reason. It needed work, but that wasn't what bothered me when we first walked through. There was something off about it. The previous owners had cleared out in a hurry, leaving behind some furniture and weird stuff written on the walls. In what would be Emily's bedroom, someone had drawn a pentagram in what looked like red marker. In the hallway, written in pencil near the ceiling, were the words, "This house is haunted." I tried to laugh it off, told the kids it was probably just some teenager being dramatic. The landlord painted over everything before we moved in, but knowing what was underneath didn't help me sleep any better. We moved in on a Tuesday in October. I remember because it was raining, and we got soaked bringing our stuff in. That first night, we all slept in the living room together, partly because we were exhausted from moving, but also because none of us wanted to admit we were creeped out by the bedrooms. By Friday, Emily started getting sick. At first, I thought it was just stress from the move and starting at a new school. She complained about being dizzy all the time, like the room was spinning. I gave her some Dramamine, but it didn't help. She'd get these headaches that would come out of nowhere, and she'd have to lie down immediately or she'd throw up. The doctor couldn't find anything wrong with her, said it might be an inner ear thing or stress. About a week into living there, I started wondering if there was a gas leak or something. The house had this old furnace in the basement that made the weirdest noises when it kicked on. I called someone to check, but they couldn't find anything wrong with it. No carbon monoxide, no gas leaks, nothing that would explain why Emily was so sick all the time. The weird thing was, she only felt sick in certain parts of the house. Her bedroom was the worst. She'd walk in and immediately get dizzy. The kitchen was almost as bad, but the living room, totally fine. She could sit in there all day and feel normal. Then the other stuff started happening. Emily was always complaining about feeling watched when she showered. There was this little closet door in the bathroom that would open by itself. She'd close it, even wedge a towel under it, but somehow it would be open when she got out of the shower, every single time. One night I was in the kitchen making dinner, some kind of casserole in this glass baking dish. I had just set it on the counter when it literally flew across the room and smashed against the wall. Not slid, not fell. It flew like someone had picked it up and thrown it. Marcus was in his room and Emily was doing homework in the living room. No one was near it. I stood there with my mouth open, covered in bits of food and broken glass, trying to make sense of what had just happened. That's when Marcus started having issues too. He'd wake up in the middle of the night because his bedroom would get freezing cold, like winter cold, even though it was still fall and the rest of the house was normal temperature. He said it felt like someone was sitting on the end of his bed watching him. He started sleeping on the couch instead. We had 2 cats and a dog when we moved in. Within the first month, one of the cats disappeared, just gone. No open doors, no windows left open, just vanished. The other cat spent most of its time hiding under furniture, hissing at empty corners. But the dog was the worst. This was a German shepherd who wasn't afraid of anything. But in that house he would whimper and hide. He especially wouldn't go near Emily's room. If she was in there, he'd lie right at the threshold of her door like he was standing guard. But he wouldn't go in. Sometimes he'd growl at nothing, his eyes tracking something across the room that none of us could see. One night, Emily's boyfriend drove her home from a movie. They were sitting in his car in the driveway for a few minutes, and he looked up at her bedroom window. He froze mid-sentence and pointed. They both saw it, a perfectly round black mass, darker than the darkness around it, hovering near her window. It wasn't a shadow, wasn't a reflection. It was something else. When she came running into the house, she was hysterical. Her boyfriend refused to come inside and actually never came back to our house after that. Emily started sleeping in my room after that, but that didn't stop whatever was in the house. She'd wake up screaming that something was pulling her feet. I'd turn on the light and there would be nothing there, but she'd have these red marks on her ankles like someone had grabbed her. We tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noises. Maybe there were mice in the walls. Maybe the foundation was settling. But none of that explained the feeling we all had, that we weren't alone in that house. The only safe place seemed to be the living room. We never experienced anything strange there. No cold spots, no objects moving, no feeling of being watched. So we started spending all our time there. We'd eat there, do homework there, and most nights we'd all end up sleeping there too. I called the landlord after about 3 months and asked if there had ever been any incidents in the house. He got really quiet, then asked what kind of incidents I meant. When I started describing what was happening, he cut me off and said the previous tenants had made up stories to try to break their lease. He warned me not to try the same thing, but one night changed everything. I had to work late, so Marcus and Emily were home alone. Emily was in the living room watching TV, and Marcus was in the kitchen making a sandwich. Suddenly, all the cabinet doors in the kitchen flew open at once, not just 1 or 2, all of them, like some invisible force had run through and opened each one. Marcus ran into the living room and they both heard footsteps coming down from upstairs. Heavy steps like a grown man was walking around up there, but there was nobody else in the house. Then the lights started flickering and they heard this low, guttural growl coming from the hallway. It wasn't the dog. He was hiding under the coffee table, shaking. The temperature dropped so fast they could see their breath. Emily said it felt like the air was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. They grabbed the dog and ran outside to wait for me in the car. When I got home, they were both pale and shaking. We stayed in a motel that night, and I started looking for a new place the next day. It took 2 months to find somewhere else we could afford. Those were the longest 2 months of my life. The activity got worse, like whatever was in that house knew we were trying to leave and was angry about it. Things would disappear and reappear in strange places. We'd find the kitchen chairs stacked in a pyramid in the middle of the room. The shower would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. Once, I woke up to find all our framed photos turned to face the wall. The day we moved out, nothing happened. It was eerily quiet, like the house was holding its breath. We got everything out in one day. I didn't care about leaving cleaning supplies or the shower curtain or any of that behind. I just wanted us gone. I thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. We've moved twice since then, but something seems to have followed us, or at least followed Emily. Her kids, my grandkids, see things too. When her son was 4, he started talking about the skeleton man who stands in his closet at night. Her daughter, who's 6 now, told me about a green foot that taps outside her bedroom door sometimes. Both kids have described seeing an old man in their bedroom who isn't scary, just sad. We later found out an elderly man had died in that bedroom before we moved in. Our current house is over 150 years old. Emily's daughter recently asked who the person with the hood but no arms was that she keeps seeing in the hallway. None of us have seen it. I don't know what was in that house in Pinewood Hollow or what might have followed us out. I've tried talking to priests, paranormal investigators, even a self-proclaimed psychic. No one has any real answers. All I know is that whatever it wasn't human, and it wasn't just passing through. Sometimes at night I still hear footsteps when everyone else is asleep. I still feel watched in the shower, and sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel someone sitting on the edge of my bed, watching me. I don't open my eyes anymore when that happens. I'm afraid of what I might see. Story 4. I've always considered myself a pretty experienced hiker. Been doing it since I was a kid with my dad, and over the years I've tackled some seriously challenging trails across the country. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what happened in the Rockies last June. There were 4 of us on the trip. Me, Ethan, my girlfriend Lily, and our friends Jason and Maya. We'd been planning this particular excursion for months. The idea was to spend a week exploring some of the less traveled paths in the Colorado Rockies, places where tourists don't usually venture. We all had solid wilderness experience and the right gear, so we weren't worried about going off the beaten path a bit. The first couple days were honestly perfect. Weather was holding at around 70 degrees during the day, dropping to maybe 50 at night. Clear skies, wildflowers everywhere. Those picture-perfect mountain views you see on postcards. We'd hike for about 8 hours, set up camp, cook dinner on our portable stoves, and just talk around the campfire until we crashed in our tents. Typical trip stuff, you know? On our 3rd morning, we were studying the map over breakfast when Jason mentioned something about a hidden lake that wasn't marked on the official trails. He'd heard about it from another hiker a few months back. Supposedly this pristine alpine lake tucked away between 2 peaks that hardly anyone visited because it required going off trail for several miles. "We should check it out," Jason said, pointing to a general area on the map where he thought it might be. Guy who told me about it said it was worth the detour. I remember looking at Lily, who shrugged like, "Why not?" Maya was immediately on board. She's always been the most adventurous of our group. So we packed up camp and headed in that direction, figuring we'd spend a day exploring and then get back on our planned route. The hike started out normal enough. We followed a faint game trail that branched off from the main path, climbing steadily higher into the mountains. But after about 2 hours of hiking, something started to feel off. The temperature dropped noticeably, maybe 10 degrees colder than it should have been for that time of year and elevation. And the forest got quiet, like unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects buzzing, Nothing. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Lily asked, pulling her jacket tighter around her shoulders. We all had, but nobody wanted to be the one to suggest turning back. We'd come this far already, and our curiosity about the lake kept us going. But I remember exchanging glances with Jason, both of us clearly feeling that something wasn't right. After another hour of hiking, the trail became almost non-existent. We were basically just pushing through dense underbrush, following the natural contours of the land that seemed like they might lead to a basin where a lake could form. My GPS was showing us in the middle of nowhere, no landmarks or trails marked anywhere near our position. "Maybe we should head back," I finally suggested. But right at that moment, the trees thinned out, and Maya, who was leading at that point, let out an excited shout. "Guys, I found it." We rushed forward, and there it was, this gorgeous alpine lake, maybe half a mile across, perfectly still and reflecting the surrounding mountains like a mirror. The water was this impossible shade of blue-green that didn't look real. Tall pines circled the shore, and there wasn't a single sign of human presence. No trash, no campfire rings, nothing. For a few minutes we just stood there taking it all in. It felt like we'd discovered something special, something secret. We high-fived and took photos, our earlier uneasiness temporarily forgotten in the excitement of finding this hidden gem. "We should camp here tonight," Maya suggested, already shrugging off her pack. "When are we ever going to get a chance to stay at a place like this again?" I hesitated, glancing up at the sky. It was only around 2 in the afternoon, but the light seemed different. Not quite as bright as it should have been, almost like the sun was being filtered through something. "I don't know," I said slowly. "Something about this place feels strange." Jason laughed it off. "It's just because it's so isolated, man. We're not used to being this far from civilization." Eventually I agreed to stay. We found a relatively flat area about 30 feet from the water's edge and set up our tents. The rest of the afternoon was actually really nice. We filtered water from the lake, which tasted amazingly clean, hiked part way around the shore, and even swam a little, though the water was freezing. But as the sun started to set, that uneasy feeling came back stronger than before. The beautiful lake that had seemed so magical in the daylight began to look ominous in the fading light. The reflections on the water created weird, shifting shadows, and the surrounding forest seemed to close in around us. We built a fire and huddled around it, trying to keep the mood light with stories and jokes, but I could tell everyone was feeling it now. Our voices seemed to get swallowed up by the darkness, not carrying the way they normally would, and the fire. The fire didn't seem to give off as much light or warmth as it should have. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Lily whispered at one point, her eyes scanning the tree line. Nobody answered, but we all instinctively moved closer together. We turned in early that night, cramming into our 2 tents, Lily and me in one, Jason and Maya in the other. I remember lying awake for what felt like hours, listening to Lily's breathing as she eventually drifted off to sleep beside me. The night was completely still outside, no wind in the trees, no animals moving around, nothing. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake, heart pounding. My watch read 12:17 a.m. At first, I couldn't figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it, whispering, so faint I could barely make it out, but definitely there. I sat up slowly, trying not to wake Lily. The whispering seemed to be coming from outside, maybe from the direction of the lake. It wasn't just one voice, but several, overlapping each other in a way that made it impossible to distinguish words. Carefully, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The night was clear, with a half moon providing just enough light to see by. The lake surface was completely still, like black glass reflecting the stars. I stood there for a moment, straining to hear the whispers again, wondering if I'd imagined them. Then they started up again, louder this time, seeming to come from all around me. The sound made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't the wind. There wasn't any wind. These were definitely voices, though I still couldn't make out what they were saying. I turned slowly in a circle, scanning the tree line, when something caught my eye on the opposite shore of the lake. Movement. Several dark figures moving between the trees, just barely visible in the moonlight. They seemed human-shaped, but something about their movements was wrong. Too fluid, too quick. Panic hit me like a punch to the gut. I stumbled backward toward our tent, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. As I moved, the whispers grew louder, more frantic, as if reacting to my fear. I practically dove back into the tent, zipping it closed as if the thin fabric could provide any protection. Lily stirred beside me. "What's wrong?" she mumbled, still half asleep. "We need to leave," I said, my voice shaking. "Right now. Wake up and start packing." Lily sat up, immediately alert at the tone of my voice. "What happened? What did you see?" I was already stuffing our sleeping bags into their compression sacks. "There's something out there, people or... I don't know, but we need to go." I left Lily packing up our stuff and went to wake Jason and Maya. At first, they thought I was overreacting. Jason even suggested I'd been dreaming, but something in my face must have convinced them I was serious. "Just humor me, okay?" I pleaded. "If I'm wrong, we can all laugh about it tomorrow when we're safely back on the main trail." Reluctantly, they started breaking down their tent while I went back to help Lily. The whole time I kept glancing toward the trees on the far shore, but I didn't see the figures again. The whispering had stopped too, which somehow made things worse. The silence felt expectant, like something holding its breath. We were almost finished packing when we heard it, a loud crashing sound from the woods behind us, like something large moving through the underbrush. We all froze, looking at each other with wide eyes. Then came the laughter. Not normal laughter. This was high-pitched and almost childlike, but with something wrong about it. It echoed across the lake, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. "Run," I whispered, shouldering my pack. "Now." We abandoned whatever gear we hadn't packed yet and took off toward the trail we'd come in on. The beam from my headlamp bounced wildly as I ran, casting crazy shadows that made every tree look like a figure reaching for us. Behind us, the laughter continued, sometimes seeming closer, sometimes farther away. Then the whispers started again, louder than before, and this time I could make out words. "Help us. Stay with us. Don't leave." The voices sounded desperate, pleading, but with an undercurrent of something malevolent that made my skin crawl. What should have been a straightforward hike back to the main trail quickly turned into a nightmare. Nothing looked familiar. Paths that should have led downhill somehow circled back toward the lake. Rocks appeared in places they hadn't been before. Tree roots seemed to reach up from the ground to trip us. "This isn't possible," Jason kept saying, checking his GPS. "We should be back at the main trail by now." At one point, Maya slipped on some loose rocks and went down hard, twisting her ankle. Jason and I had to practically carry her between us as we pushed on through the darkness. Hours passed this way, with us fighting through the forest that seemed determined to keep us there. The whispering followed us the entire time, sometimes right in our ears, sometimes distant, but always there. Occasionally, we'd hear that terrible laughter again, or the sound of something large moving parallel to our path just out of sight in the trees. I have no idea how long we wandered. My watch had stopped working at some point, frozen at 12:17, and our phones were all dead despite having been charged that morning. The night seemed endless, the darkness absolute except for our headlamps, which were growing dimmer by the minute. We were on the verge of collapse when we heard another snap of branches directly behind us, followed by that chilling laughter, closer than ever before. Without a word, we broke into a desperate run, Maya somehow finding the strength to move on her injured ankle. I don't know if it was luck or if whatever was tormenting us had finally had enough, but suddenly we burst out onto the main trail. We didn't stop running until we reached our car parked at the trailhead, throwing our packs in and piling inside with shaking hands and ragged breathing. As we drove away, I caught one last glimpse of the mountains in the rearview mirror, dark and foreboding against the night sky. For just a second, I thought I saw multiple silhouettes standing at the edge of the trees, watching us go. Then we rounded a curve, and they were gone. It's been 4 months since that night. We've tried researching that lake, but found nothing. According to every map and GPS record, there shouldn't be a lake where we found one. Jason even tried to plot our route using the GPS data from that day, but the records are corrupted, just a jumble of impossible coordinates that make no sense. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear whispering outside my window. Lily says she has the same thing happen to her. Maya's ankle never healed right, and she swears it hurts worse whenever we talk about what happened. We've never told anyone else the full story until now. Who would believe us? But I know what we experienced was real. Something wanted us to stay at that lake, and I'm convinced if we hadn't gotten out when we did, we would still be there. Our own whispers joining the others, calling to the next hikers who stumble upon that impossible place in the mountains. Story 5. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks now. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make the memories more vivid. But I need to tell someone who might understand, because my family thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown, and maybe they're right. 3 months ago, I moved from Albuquerque to this tiny speck of nowhere in eastern New Mexico. The rent's cheap, and I needed a fresh start after my breakup with Alex. I found a job at this old gas station on Highway 54, you know the type, single-story cinder block building that's probably been there since the 70s, faded sign, 2 ancient pumps that look like they might give out any day. The owner, this old guy named Earl, hired me on the spot when I applied, said nobody wanted the night shift and he was desperate. Midnight to 8 a.m., 5 nights a week. The pay wasn't great, but beggars can't be choosers, right? Plus, I've always been a night owl anyway. The first few weeks were mind-numbingly boring but peaceful. The occasional trucker would stop for coffee or gas, maybe a local rancher grabbing cigarettes or beer. Most nights I'd just stock shelves, clean, read, or watch stuff on my phone. The isolation was actually kind of nice after living in the city. Last Thursday night started like any other. I arrived at 11:30, chatted with the evening guy Mike for a few minutes, then settled in for my shift. The night was hot, that dry desert heat that doesn't really let up even after sunset. I remember the air conditioner was making this annoying rattling sound that I'd been meaning to tell Earl about. Around midnight, I was behind the counter scrolling through my phone when I heard the doorbell ding. You know, that electronic chime that sounds when someone walks in. I looked up, but nobody was there. The door was closed. I figured it was just a glitch. These old systems mess up all the time. I went back to my phone, but a couple minutes later, it happened again. Ding, still nobody. After the third time, I started getting annoyed. I figured maybe the sensor was broken or something was interfering with it, so I got up to check it out. As I approached the door, I noticed something weird on the concrete outside near pump 1. At first I thought someone had spilled oil or something, but when I pushed the door open and stepped outside, I realized it wasn't an ordinary spill. It was this black, thick substance, almost like tar, but different. The weird part was how it seemed to, I don't know how to describe it except that it looked like it was pulsating slightly, like it was breathing or something. The desert night was dead silent except for the distant buzz of the overhead lights, and I stood there staring at this black smear, feeling increasingly uneasy. That's when I noticed the footprints. They were small, like a child's, and barefoot. They led away from the black stuff, across the concrete, and off into the darkness beyond the station's lights. Perfect little footprints, each one a clear impression, as if someone had stepped in paint. I should have gone back inside right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to lock the door and call someone, the police, Earl, anyone. But instead, like the idiot in every horror movie, I followed the footprints. They led to the edge of the parking lot, where the concrete meets the scrubland. I had my phone flashlight on, tracking these tiny bare footprints. They just stopped at the edge, like whoever or whatever made them had vanished or maybe jumped from that spot. I was standing there, trying to make sense of it, when I heard it, whispering behind me. It wasn't the wind. It was an actual whisper, like someone standing right at my shoulder, but I couldn't make out the words. I spun around, but there was nobody there, just the empty lot, the 2 gas pumps, and the store with its fluorescent lights humming away. Then everything went dark, all at once. The store lights, the pump lights, even the sign out front. Total darkness. except for my phone flashlight, which started flickering like it was about to die, even though I had nearly full battery. I remember thinking it was a power outage, but then my skin went ice cold as I felt something wrap around my wrist. A hand, a small hand, but strong, with a grip that felt like it was freezing my skin on contact. My phone light steadied for just a second, and I saw it. A face, just for an instant. Pale, not just white, but a sickly, corpse-like grey white. Eyes like empty pits, but somehow blacker than the darkness around us. And its mouth, God, its mouth was stretched in this horrible grin with teeth that looked all wrong, jagged and too many of them, like rows of broken glass. Then my phone died completely. The grip on my wrist vanished. I ran, full-on sprinted back to the store, fumbling with my keys, dropping them once before managing to unlock the door. I slammed it shut behind me, locked it, and huddled behind the counter, calling Earl, calling 911, but my phone wouldn't work. No signal, no nothing. The backup generator should have kicked in, but it didn't. I was sitting there in the pitch black, my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest, when I heard it. Soft footsteps moving around the store. Not outside, inside, with me. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the soft pat, pat, pat of bare feet on the linoleum floor, moving up and down the aisles, sometimes stopping, sometimes moving quickly. And the whispering started again, not just from one spot now, but seemingly from everywhere at once. Like dozens of voices all whispering different things in a language I couldn't understand. I curled up as small as I could get behind the counter, hands over my ears, eyes squeezed shut, trying not to make a sound. The footsteps came closer. I could feel something standing right on the other side of the counter. The air turned ice cold, and I could see my breath coming out in little clouds. The whispering got louder, and I swear it started to sound like my name over and over. Morgan, Morgan, Morgan. Just barely audible, like a hiss. I don't know how long I sat there. It felt like hours. My legs went numb, my back was cramping, but I was too terrified to move. Then, as suddenly as they'd gone out, the lights came back on, the humming of the refrigerators, the buzz of the fluorescents. All the normal sounds of the store returned at once. My phone lit up with notifications working perfectly again. I waited, listening. No footsteps, no whispering. After what must have been 15 minutes, I finally worked up the courage to peek over the counter. The store was empty. Everything looked normal. No merchandise disturbed, no footprints on the floor, nothing to indicate anything had happened. I made myself check every aisle, the bathroom, the storage room. Nothing. I even went outside, in the daylight now, as it was almost 6 in the morning, to look at the spot where I'd seen the black substance. It was gone. No trace of it, no footprints, just the ordinary concrete, maybe a bit stained from years of oil and gas spills, but nothing unusual. When Mike showed up for the morning shift, he asked if I was sick, said I looked like I'd seen a ghost. I just mumbled something about not sleeping well and went home. I called Earl that afternoon and quit. Made up some excuse about finding a better job. He seemed annoyed but not surprised. That was 3 months ago, and I've been trying to convince myself it was just exhaustion or stress, or maybe I fell asleep and had a vivid nightmare. But deep down, I know what I saw, what I felt. The worst part is, ever since that night, I keep feeling like I'm being watched. Sometimes I wake up at exactly midnight, feeling ice cold, even though it's summer in New Mexico. My apartment isn't that far from the gas station, maybe 10 miles. And some nights I swear I can hear whispering coming from the corner of my bedroom. Last night I woke up to find black smudges on my bathroom floor, like footprints, but distorted somehow. They disappeared when I tried to clean them. I'm moving next week. Going back to Albuquerque, staying with my sister until I can find a place. I haven't told her why. How could I? But I need to get away from here. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stayed at the counter that night, if I hadn't gone outside to investigate, or what would have happened if I hadn't gotten away from whatever had grabbed my wrist. I don't know what was out there in the darkness. I don't want to know, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever it was, it's not done with me yet. That small, cold hand, those black eyes, that whisper that somehow knew my name. I keep checking my wrist, where I felt those icy fingers. There's a mark there now, 5 small bruises like fingerprints that won't fade. And sometimes when I'm alone at night, they throb with cold, like whatever touched me left a part of itself behind. Story 6. I'm still trying to process what happened last summer. It's been almost a year, and I haven't slept properly since. I've tried therapy, medication, even hypnosis, but nothing helps. I need to get this off my chest, even if no one believes me. Maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. It was supposed to be our last hurrah before college. Me, David, Mark, Lisa, and Jake had been friends since middle school, and we all got accepted to different colleges across the country. Mark suggested a road trip in my old Volkswagen van. Nothing fancy, just an old beater I'd fixed up during high school. We didn't have a specific destination in mind, just wanted to drive somewhere we'd never been before, take some pictures, make some memories. On our 3rd day, we were driving through this really remote part of the Appalachians. Cell service was spotty at best, and we were running low on snacks, so when we spotted this diner called The Last Stop on the side of the road, we decided to pull over. The place looked like it hadn't been renovated since the 70s. Faded red booths, linoleum floor with cracks running through it, and this persistent smell of grease and coffee. There was only one waitress working, an older woman with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. She barely looked at us when we walked in, just gestured vaguely toward an empty booth. While waiting for our food, I noticed this old map pinned to the wall behind the counter. It wasn't like a regular road map. It was hand-drawn on yellowed paper with these weird markings all over it. One spot in particular caught my eye. Someone had circled an area deep in the mountains and written the vanishing point next to it. When the waitress came over with our food, I asked her about it. "What's the vanishing point?" I said, pointing to the map. She froze for a second, then set down our plates with a little too much force. "Tourist trap," she said flatly. "Nothing worth seeing." But something in her expression made me push further. "Seems interesting. How do we get there?" She leaned in close then, and I remember the goosebumps that ran up my arms when she whispered, "Some folks who go there never leave. That's why they call it that." Then she straightened up and walked away like she hadn't said anything unusual. Of course, we were immediately intrigued. What college-bound kids wouldn't be? Lisa was particularly excited, already pulling out her camera and talking about how cool it would be to post about a mysterious place no one had heard of. Jake was more cautious, but Mark, always the adventurous one, was already studying the map. I went up to the counter and took a picture of it with my phone. The waitress saw me but didn't say anything, just shook her head slightly. We paid our bill and left, all buzzing with excitement about our new destination. Using the photo as reference, we followed these unpaved mountain roads for hours. My poor van was struggling on the rough terrain, but we pushed on. Eventually, we reached what looked like a trailhead marked by this weathered wooden sign that simply read, "The Point." The paint was peeling, and it looked like it had been there for decades. It was around 2 in the afternoon when we started hiking. The trail wasn't well maintained, overgrown in places, but still visible enough to follow. The forest got denser the further we went, with these massive old trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the air felt heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. We hiked for what felt like forever. My watch said it was only about 3 hours, but it felt much longer. Lisa kept stopping to take pictures, and Jake complained about the mosquitoes. Mark was ahead of us, practically jogging up the trail in his excitement. Finally, we emerged into this clearing at the edge of a cliff. The view was absolutely breathtaking. You could see the entire valley below, with mountains stretching out to the horizon. It was the kind of view that makes you feel tiny and insignificant in the best possible way. We decided to stay and watch the sunset. In retrospect, that was our first mistake. As the sun began to dip behind the mountains, this strange fog started rolling in from the valley. Not like normal fog that just sort of appears. This moved like it had a purpose, swirling around in these unnatural patterns. I remember thinking it looked almost alive. That's when I first heard the whispers. They were faint at first, barely audible over the sound of the wind. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they definitely sounded like human voices. "Do you guys hear that?" I asked, turning to my friends. Mark and Jake shook their heads, but Lisa tilted her head, listening. Maybe it's just the wind. But as soon as I tried to point it out, the sounds faded away. I figured it was just my imagination and tried to ignore it. As darkness fell, the temperature plummeted. We'd brought jackets, but nothing that could prepare us for how cold it got. The air felt wrong somehow, heavy and oppressive, like it was physically pushing down on us. We started gathering our things to head back, using our phone flashlights to see. That's when we heard the crash, like a massive tree falling somewhere in the forest behind us. We all jumped, and Lisa dropped her camera. The whispers returned immediately after, much louder this time, and with a distinct quality that made my skin crawl. They sounded like they were laughing. "We need to get out of here," Jake said, voicing what we were all thinking. We started back down the trail, but the fog had gotten so thick that our flashlights barely penetrated a few feet ahead. Within minutes, we were completely disoriented. The trail that had been clear on our way up was now impossible to find. Mark suggested we stick together and keep moving downhill, figuring we'd eventually hit the trailhead. It seemed logical, but nothing about this place followed normal logic. I was at the back of our little group when I felt it, something cold wrapped around my wrist. Not like a breeze, but like fingers. I yanked my arm away and spun around, but there was nothing there, just fog. "Guys, something touched me," I said, my voice embarrassingly high. When no one answered, I realized I was alone. Somehow, in the span of seconds, I'd lost sight of all three of my friends. "Mark, Lisa, Jake," I called out, trying to keep the panic from my voice. No response. I started walking faster, calling their names. The fog swirled around me, and the whispers grew louder, seeming to come from all directions. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but they sounded urgent, insistent. That's when I saw the light in the distance, a soft, blue-white glow hovering between the trees. Thinking it might be one of my friend's flashlights, I moved toward it, but every time I got close, it would disappear, only to reappear further away, like it was leading me somewhere. I don't know how long I followed that light. My phone was dead, and my flashlight was growing dim. I was cold, terrified, and completely lost. Just when I was about to give up, I stumbled into another clearing. In the center stood this massive, ancient-looking tree. Even in the darkness, I could see that its bark was carved with names and dates, dozens, maybe hundreds of them, and as I got closer, my blood turned to ice. Some of the names were familiar. They were the same names I'd seen on the missing persons flyers pinned to the bulletin board at the diner. I backed away from the tree, and that's when I heard Jake's voice calling my name. Relief flooded through me as I ran toward the sound. I found all three of them standing together in a small clearing, illuminated by Lisa's flashlight. But something was wrong. They were just standing there, not moving, not looking for me, just staring straight ahead with these blank expressions. "Guys," I approached cautiously. "Are you okay? We need to get out of here." They turned to look at me in perfect unison, and I'll never forget the way their eyes looked. Empty, like there was nothing behind them. No recognition, no fear, nothing. "You should stay, David," Lisa said, her voice flat and monotone. "The forest is nice," Jake added in the same emotionless tone. Mark just smiled, not his usual goofy grin, but something stretched and wrong. "Come back with us." I backed away, stumbling over roots and rocks. They started walking toward me, moving in this weird, synchronized way that no human should move. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping at my face. By some miracle, I found the trail again and followed it downhill at a full sprint. I could hear them behind me, calling my name in those horrible, empty voices. Not running, just walking steadily, like they knew they'd catch up eventually. I reached the trailhead and sprinted to my van, fumbling with the keys so badly I dropped them twice before managing to unlock the door. As I started the engine, I looked back toward the trail. All three of them stood at the edge of the forest watching me. They didn't try to approach the van or call out. They just stood there side by side with those empty eyes and wrong smiles. I floored it, the van fishtailing on the dirt road as I sped away. I drove straight through the night, not stopping until I reached the nearest town with a police station. Of course, the police didn't believe me. They organized a search party, but when they went back to the trailhead, they couldn't find any sign of the trail I described. They searched the general area for days but found nothing. No trace of my friends. Their families were devastated. I was questioned repeatedly, even became a suspect for a while. How could three people just vanish? The running theory became that there was some kind of accident I wasn't telling them about, or worse. A week after it happened, I drove back to the last stop diner, desperate for answers. The same waitress was there, and when she saw me walk in alone, she just sighed and poured me a cup of coffee without asking. "They stayed, didn't they?" she said quietly. I nodded, unable to speak. "The forest is cruel," she continued, looking out the window toward the mountains. "Sometimes it takes more than it gives." I asked her what happened to my friends, what the vanishing point really was, but she just shook her head. "Best you forget about it. Best you forget about them too. They're not coming back, and you're lucky you got away." I left with more questions than answers, and a grief I couldn't process. How do you mourn friends who might not be dead? How do you explain to their families that something in that forest changed them, took them? It's been almost a year now, and I still have nightmares. Sometimes I hear the whispers when I'm alone in my dorm room. Sometimes I see that strange light outside my window, and sometimes I get text messages from their numbers, just random strings of letters that make no sense, or coordinates that lead back to those mountains. I know I should delete their numbers, but I can't bring myself to do it. Just like I can't bring myself to throw away the map I took from the diner before I left. It's there on my desk right now, and sometimes I swear the location marked the vanishing point moves slightly when I'm not looking directly at it. I don't know what happened to my friends. I don't know if they're dead or if something worse happened to them. All I know is that there are places in this world that shouldn't exist, places that don't follow the rules we think we understand. And if you ever see a spot marked the vanishing point on a map, drive in the opposite direction as fast as you can. Story 7. I keep telling myself it was probably nothing, just my mind playing tricks on me after getting lost in the dark. But it's been 3 months since that camping trip, and I still can't shake what happened. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural or whatever, but what I experienced that night in the northern forests of Canada has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. My buddy Jake and I had been planning it for months, a chance to disconnect from our jobs, our phones, and just enjoy some time in nature. We're both experienced campers and have done plenty of backcountry trips before, so we weren't worried about heading into a more remote area of the boreal forest, about 4 hours north of Thunder Bay. The first day went exactly as planned. We hiked in about 7 miles to a small clearing near a lake, set up camp, and spent the afternoon fishing. It was early November, and there was already a light dusting of snow on the ground, but nothing we couldn't handle. The temperature was hovering around 25 degrees Fahrenheit, cold but manageable with the right gear, which we had. Everything changed after dinner. We were running low on firewood, and Jake was busy setting up our food in the bear bag, so I volunteered to gather more wood. It was around 7:30 in the evening, already pitch black, but I had my headlamp and figured I wouldn't go far. "I'll be back in 15 minutes, I remember telling Jake. "Just going to grab some dead branches from that fallen tree we passed about 100 yards back." That's the thing that still bugs me. I know exactly where I was heading. I had a clear destination, and it wasn't far from camp. I've replayed this in my head 1,000 times, trying to figure out how I got so turned around, but I still don't have an answer. I remember walking in what I thought was a straight line toward that fallen tree. The snow crunched under my boots, and my breath came out in little puffs of vapor that caught the beam of my headlamp. But after about 5 minutes of walking, I realized I should have reached the tree already. I turned back, thinking I'd circle around to camp and approach from a different angle. That's when I noticed the silence. If you've ever been in the woods at night, you know they're never truly quiet. There's always something: wind in the trees, small animals rustling in the underbrush, the distant call of an owl. But suddenly, there was nothing. The silence was so complete it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I called out for Jake. No response. I called again, louder this time. Nothing. I'm not usually one to panic, but I felt the first flutters of it then. I pulled out my compass, which showed I was heading northeast. Our camp was southwest of where I'd been collecting wood, so I turned and started walking in that direction, constantly checking the compass to make sure I was staying on course. That's when I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the wind picking up, but as it grew louder, I realized it was some kind of vocalization, not a wolf howl or coyote yip or any animal sound I recognized. And I've heard plenty in my years of camping. This was different. It was like a wail, like someone or something was grieving. It rose and fell in pitch, sometimes sounding almost human, then shifting to something else entirely. The sound made the hair on my arms stand up despite my heavy jacket. It wasn't just the strangeness of it, it was the emotion behind it, pure sorrow, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I stopped walking and turned slowly in a circle, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from. The wailing seemed to be all around me, bouncing off the trees. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. "Jake!" I shouted, no longer caring if I disturbed wildlife or other campers, though I was pretty sure we were the only humans for miles. "Jake!" My voice echoed through the trees and faded away. No response. I was about to start walking again when I spotted something on a rock outcropping about 30 yards away. At first, I thought it was just a strange shadow cast by my headlamp, but when I focused my light directly on it, I realized it was some kind of animal. My first thought was wolf. We knew there were wolves in the area. We'd heard them the night before. But as I looked closer, I knew this wasn't a wolf. It was canine in shape, yes, but wrong. All wrong. For one thing, it was too big. I've seen wolves before, and this thing was at least twice the size of any wolf I'd encountered. Its proportions were off too, legs too long and thin, body oddly angular, like someone had tried to fold origami into the shape of a canine but didn't quite get it right. The face was the worst part. It was elongated, almost triangular, with a muzzle that seemed too pointed. And the eyes, God, the eyes. They were huge, much larger than any wolf's eyes should be, and set deeper in the skull. But what really got to me was that they didn't reflect my light. You know how when you shine a light at an animal at night, their eyes glow? These didn't. They absorbed the light, like two black holes in its face. But the most unnerving thing wasn't its appearance, it was its behavior. The creature was completely, unnaturally still. It didn't react when my light hit it. It didn't react when I shouted. It just watched me. I even waved my arms and stomped my foot, behaviors you're supposed to use to scare off predators, but it didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It just stared. And as it stared at me, something bizarre happened. I was already scared, obviously, but suddenly I was hit with this overwhelming wave of sadness. Not the kind of sadness where you're having a bad day, but the bone-deep grief you feel at a funeral for someone you loved dearly. It crashed over me so suddenly and so powerfully that I actually gasped. My eyes welled up with tears, and I felt this crushing weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I've tried to rationalize this since then. Maybe it was just the fear triggering some weird emotional response. Maybe I was having a panic attack, but it didn't feel like panic. It felt like grief, and somehow I knew. I just knew that this feeling was coming from whatever was staring at me from that rock. I don't know how long we stayed like that. Me frozen in place, it watching me with those impossibly deep eyes. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt stretched and distorted. Finally, I managed to break eye contact. I looked down at my compass, then back up, half expecting the creature to be gone, like some kind of hallucination. But it was still there, still watching. I started backing away slowly, never taking my eyes off it. It didn't follow me. It didn't move at all. It just kept staring with those eyes that seemed to be looking straight through me, like it was reading something written on my soul. I kept backing up until I couldn't see it anymore, then turned and started walking as fast as I could without running, constantly checking behind me. The whole time, I felt like it was still watching me, even when I couldn't see it anymore. I don't know how long I walked. My watch said it was only 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. Somehow, I stumbled back to our campsite. Jake was there, looking worried. "Dude, where the hell have you been?" he asked. "You've been gone for almost an hour. I was about to come looking for you." An hour. It had felt both longer and shorter than that. "I got turned around," I said, which was true but felt inadequate. "Sorry." Jake gave me a weird look. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost told him then, almost described the creature and the wailing and the strange, overwhelming sadness. But something stopped me, partly because I was afraid he wouldn't believe me, but also because talking about it felt dangerous somehow, like naming it would make it more real. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just got spooked being out there alone in the dark." We stayed at the campsite that night because it was too late to pack up and hike out. I barely slept. Every noise made me jerk awake, convinced the creature had followed me back to camp. I kept seeing those eyes in the darkness, feeling that inexplicable sadness washing over me. The next morning, we packed up and left, cutting our trip short. I made up some excuse about not feeling well, and Jake didn't push it, though I could tell he knew something was off. On the drive home, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Maybe it was just a deformed wolf. Maybe the poor light conditions and my fear made it seem more unnatural than it was. Maybe the wailing was just the wind or some bird I'd never heard before. But I couldn't shake the feeling that what I'd encountered wasn't natural. It didn't feel like it belonged in our world. When I looked into those eyes, I had the distinct impression that I wasn't on Earth anymore, or at least not the Earth I knew. That's the part I can't explain away, no matter how hard I try, that feeling of otherworldliness, of something ancient and alien watching me, and the sadness, that crushing, overwhelming grief that came out of nowhere and disappeared as soon as I broke eye contact. It's been 3 months, and I still wake up in the middle of the night, heart racing, convinced I can hear that wailing sound outside my window. I haven't been camping since, and I don't know if I ever will again. Jake keeps asking when we're going to plan our next trip, and I keep making excuses. How do I tell him that I'm afraid of running into something that might not even exist, something that didn't attack me or threaten me, but somehow feels more dangerous than any bear or wolf could ever be? I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. But I do know that whatever it was, those eyes are still watching me in my dreams, and sometimes, for no reason at all, I'll be going about my day when that same wave of sadness will hit me out of nowhere, and I'll know it's still out there, somewhere in those northern woods, waiting. Story 8. I've never actually written this all down before. It's weird to put it into words after keeping most of this stuff to myself for so long. I guess I should start by saying I'm 17 now, and we've lived in this house since I was born. It's nothing special, just a normal suburban house built in 1992. There's nothing creepy about it from the outside. No one died here as far as I know. It's not built on an ancient burial ground or anything like that. But I've seen and heard things in this house my entire life that I can't explain. The first thing I remember being afraid of was our basement crawl space. It's this small door in the wall of our finished basement, and it leads to this dark, unfinished area under part of the house. My parents use it for storage. Christmas decorations, old tax documents, that kind of stuff. I always hated that door, even before anything happened. When I was 8, I was watching cartoons in the basement by myself one Saturday morning. My parents were upstairs making breakfast, and I could hear them talking and moving around above me. I was sitting on the couch, completely focused on the TV, when movement caught my eye. The doorknob on the crawl space was turning, slowly, like someone was on the other side, carefully trying to open it without making noise. I froze. I couldn't move or scream or anything. I just sat there watching as the door, which had been completely closed, began to swing open. It wasn't fast. It was this slow, deliberate movement, like someone was peeking out, but there was nobody there. The door opened about halfway and then just stopped. I remember my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I finally managed to get up and run upstairs. I told my mom, and she came down with me to check, but by then the door was closed again. She said I must have imagined it, or maybe the door wasn't latched properly and had swung open on its own. I knew what I saw, though. That was just the first incident. Throughout my childhood, I kept seeing these shadow figures around the house. They were always in my peripheral vision, standing at the bottom of the basement stairs while I was watching TV, or appearing briefly in the reflection of a mirror or window. Every time I'd turn to look directly at them, they'd be gone, like they only existed when I wasn't focusing on them. I also used to hear voices calling my name. Not scary or threatening voices, just soft whispers that sounded like they were coming from empty rooms or hallways. They'd say, "Jordan," just clearly enough that I'd go looking for whoever was calling me, but I'd never find anyone. My parents always said it was just the TV or them talking, but I heard these voices when I was completely alone too. This happened regularly until I was about 10, and then it mostly stopped. As I got older, the phenomena changed. Instead of shadows and voices, I started experiencing more physical things. Doors would slam shut, even though no windows were open and there wasn't any draft. I'd hear footsteps outside my bedroom door late at night when everyone else was asleep. Sometimes there would be loud banging sounds, like something heavy had fallen, but when I'd check, nothing would be out of place. 3 incidents in the past couple years really stand out to me, though. These are the ones that make me absolutely certain I'm not imagining things. The first happened last June, June 15th, 2021. I remember the date because it was the night before my final exams. I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. Not approximately 3, exactly 3 o'clock. I checked my phone the second I woke up because something had disturbed me. It was a knocking sound, not like someone knocking on a door, but more like someone tapping with their knuckles on the wall directly behind my headboard. 3 knocks, then silence for about 10 seconds, then 3 more knocks, over and over. At first I thought it might be the pipes or something in the walls, so I pressed my ear against the wall to listen. The knocking immediately stopped. I waited for about a minute, and when nothing happened, I laid back down. The second my head hit the pillow, the knocking started again. I sat up, and it stopped. I laid down. It started. This went on for over 40 minutes. I tried to ignore it, but every time I would start to drift off to sleep, the knocking would get louder, like whatever was causing it wanted my attention. The weirdest part was that I discovered I could stop it by intensely focusing my thoughts. Like, if I concentrated really hard on the wall and thought stop, the knocking would pause for about 20 seconds. But as soon as my focus broke, it would start again. Eventually I got so frustrated that I turned on all the lights and fully inspected the wall. Nothing. No pipes running behind that section, no loose boards, nothing that could explain the sound. I even went outside in the middle of the night with a flashlight to check the exterior of that wall. There was nothing there that could have made that noise. The knocking finally stopped around 4 in the morning, and I barely got any sleep before my exam. The second incident happened in October that same year. I was in the garage looking for a screwdriver in my dad's toolbox. Our garage is attached to the house, but it's unfinished. Just concrete floor, exposed studs in the walls, that kind of thing. I was alone in there when I heard the same knocking sound from that night in June, except this time it was coming from inside one of the cabinets my dad built along the garage wall. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. I stood perfectly still, trying to figure out if it was just the house settling or something, but the knocking continued in that perfect rhythm that seemed too deliberate to be random. I walked slowly toward the cabinet. The knocking got louder as I approached, like whatever was making the sound knew I was getting closer. When I put my hand on the cabinet door handle, the knocking stopped completely. I hesitated for a few seconds, then yanked the door open. There was nothing inside that could have made that noise. Just some paint cans, a few old brushes, and some rags. Nothing had moved or fallen over. Nothing was even touching the back of the cabinet where the knocking had been coming from. I closed the door and waited, but the knocking never started again. I left the garage without finding the screwdriver I needed, and honestly, I avoided going back in there alone for weeks afterward. The third incident is what finally convinced my sister that I wasn't making this stuff up. It happened this past January. My sister Allie and I were in the basement watching a movie. Our parents were out for dinner, so it was just the two of us in the house. We were about halfway through the movie when both of us noticed the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. It wasn't gradual. It was like someone had opened a door to the outside in winter, except all the doors and windows were closed. Allie paused the movie and asked if I felt cold too. As soon as she said it, we both heard a creaking sound. We looked over at the crawl space door, the same one I'd seen open by itself when I was 8. The door was completely closed. We both stared at it for maybe 10 seconds, and then, right in front of both of us, the doorknob turned and the door swung open. Not just a little bit. It opened all the way until it hit the wall behind it. Allie screamed, and I just sat there in shock. We both ran upstairs and waited in the kitchen until our parents got home. When we finally worked up the courage to go back down with our dad, the door was closed again. My dad checked the latch and said it seemed fine, but he put a new lock on it anyway to make us feel better. But Allie had seen it too. After all these years of experiencing these things alone, someone else had finally witnessed it with me. It was validation that I wasn't crazy or imagining things. The strange occurrences have become less frequent as I've gotten older, but they haven't stopped completely. Just last week I was doing homework in my room when I heard my name being whispered from my closet. It was the first time I'd heard the voices in years, and it sent chills down my spine. I've tried researching our house's history, but there's nothing remarkable about it. It was built in a new development in the early 90s. The land was just empty fields before that. We're the second family to live here, and as far as I know, the first family moved because the father got a job in another state, not because of anything supernatural. I've thought about bringing in a medium or someone who knows about these things, but my parents think it would be a waste of money. They believe there's always a logical explanation, even though they've never been able to provide one for most of what I've experienced. Sometimes I wonder if maybe it's not the house that's haunted, but me. Maybe whatever these things are would follow me anywhere I live. That thought terrifies me more than the idea of a haunted house, because at least I could move away from a house. I'll be going to college next year, and I'm both excited and nervous to see if these experiences continue when I'm living somewhere else. Part of me hopes they don't, but another part of me has lived with these occurrences for so long that I almost can't imagine life without them. The most frustrating part is not knowing what they want. If there are spirits or entities in my house, why have they been interacting with me all these years? What are they trying to communicate? Or are they just trying to scare me? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know is that these things have happened, they continue to happen, and no one has been able to explain them. So I ask again, is my house haunted, or is there something else going on that I just don't understand? Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It's not easy to put into words, especially since I risk my professional reputation by admitting what happened. I've been a detective with the Millhaven PD for over 10 years, and until last December, I thought I'd seen it all. I was wrong. It was December 18th, a Thursday night. The temperature had dropped below freezing and a light snow was falling. I remember checking my watch around 11:15 p.m. when the call came in. A 911 hang-up from the old Millhaven textile warehouse on Bricker Street. Dispatch couldn't get a call back, so they sent me to check it out. Most officers hate these calls. 9 times out of 10, it's nothing. A kid messing around or a phone malfunction, but something felt off about this one from the start. Maybe it was the location. That warehouse has been abandoned for almost 20 years, ever since the textile industry collapsed and jobs moved overseas. The place is a massive concrete and brick structure, 5 stories of broken windows and graffiti. The city keeps trying to demolish it, but there's always some historical preservation group fighting to save it. I'd been there before, mostly for vagrant complaints or to chase off teenagers, the usual stuff, but never at night and never alone. My partner Mike was out sick with the flu, so I was flying solo. I probably should have waited for backup, but honestly, I didn't think I needed it for a simple hang-up call. I parked my cruiser at the main gate. The chain-link fence surrounding the property had a hole cut in it big enough to drive through. I radioed in my position and said I was going to check it out. Dispatch acknowledged, telling me backup was about 15 minutes out if I needed it. The warehouse loomed against the night sky like some gothic nightmare. Most of the windows were broken and the wind whistled through them, creating this eerie, moaning sound. I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the main entrance. The door was partially open, hanging off its hinges. I announced myself, Millhaven Police, but got no response, just that same wind moaning through the building. I stepped inside and the temperature seemed to drop another 10 degrees. My breath came out in visible puffs. The ground floor was this massive open space with old machinery, rusted and covered in dust. Wooden pallets were stacked against walls and there was debris everywhere. Broken glass, empty bottles, food wrappers, evidence of people having been there recently. My flashlight cut through the darkness, creating strange shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. I called out again, louder this time. "This is Detective Carter with Millhaven PD. Is anyone here?" Someone called 911. That's when I heard it. A soft sobbing sound coming from somewhere deeper in the warehouse. It was definitely a woman, and she sounded terrified. I followed the sound, picking my way carefully through the debris. The wooden floorboards creaked under my boots, each step echoing through the cavernous space. The sobbing grew louder as I approached the back of the building where the old loading docks were located. "Hello," I called out. "I'm a police officer. I'm here to help." The sobbing stopped abruptly, then started again, more desperate this time. I rounded a corner and my flashlight beam landed on her. A young woman, maybe in her early 20s, huddled against the wall. She was wrapped in a dirty blanket, shivering violently. Her hair was matted, and her mascara had run down her cheeks in black streaks. I approached slowly, not wanting to scare her. "Miss, are you okay? Did you call 911? She looked up at me with these wide, terrified eyes. "Please help me," she whispered. "I don't know how I got here." I knelt down about 6 feet away from her, trying to appear non-threatening. "My name is Detective Daniel Carter. What's your name?" "Emily," she said, her voice cracking. "Emily Mays." "Emily, can you tell me what happened? How did you end up here?" She pulled the blanket tighter around herself. "I was at a party on Westlake Drive. Someone gave me a drink and then everything went fuzzy. I woke up here maybe an hour ago." She started crying again. "I think someone drugged me. I couldn't find my phone, but then I saw one on the floor over there and called 911. But it died before I could talk to anyone. I scanned the area with my flashlight but didn't see any phone." "Where exactly was this phone, Emily?" She pointed toward a pile of debris. "Over there, I think. Everything's so dark." I nodded and reached for my radio to call for medical assistance. That's when I heard it. A rustling sound behind me, like someone moving quickly across the floor. I spun around, my hand instinctively going to my weapon, but there was nothing there, just shadows. When I turned back to Emily, my blood ran cold. She was gone. The blanket lay crumpled on the floor where she had been sitting just seconds before, but there was no sign of her. "Emily," I called out, my voice echoing through the warehouse. "Emily, where are you?" And then I heard her voice again, but it was coming from deeper inside the warehouse. "Help me, please, help me." I grabbed my flashlight and ran toward the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. "Emily, stay where you are. I'm coming to help you." Her voice seemed to be coming from the stairwell that led to the upper floors. I took the stairs two at a time, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly against the walls. The steps were rotten in places, and I nearly fell through one that gave way under my weight. I reached the second floor, which was even more dilapidated than the first. Old sewing machines stood in rows like silent sentinels. The windows here were mostly intact, and moonlight filtered through the dirty glass, casting long shadows across the floor. "Emily," I called out again. "Please, help me." Her voice was fainter now, coming from the far end of the room. I made my way through the maze of machinery, keeping my flashlight trained ahead of me. The floor was treacherous, with holes in places where the wood had rotted through. And then her voice came again, but this time from behind me. "Detective? Where are you?" I spun around, confused. How had she gotten behind me? "Emily, stay where you are. Just keep talking so I can find you." "I'm scared," she said, her voice now seeming to come from everywhere at once. "Something's wrong with this place." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December cold. Her voice was somehow coming from multiple directions at once. It didn't make sense. I radioed dispatch, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is Detective Carter. I need immediate backup at the Millhaven textile warehouse. Possible kidnapping victim on site. Female, early 20s, name Emily Mays. She appears to be in distress and possibly drugged." Dispatch came back, their voice broken by static. "Copy that, Detective. Units are en route. ETA 7 minutes. I continued searching, moving from room to room, following Emily's voice as it shifted around me. Sometimes it seemed to be right next to me, and other times it sounded far away, echoing down empty corridors. The third floor was even worse than the second. The ceiling had collapsed in places, and rain had gotten in, leaving pools of stagnant water on the floor. The smell of mold and decay was overwhelming. "Emily," I called out, my voice hoarse from shouting. "Where are you?" "I don't know," she sobbed. "Everything looks the same. I'm lost." I followed the sound of her voice to a small office at the back of the floor. The door was partially open, swinging gently on its hinges as if someone had just gone through it. I pushed it open with my foot, my gun drawn now. The room was empty except for an old desk and a broken chair, and on the desk was a phone, an old rotary phone that couldn't possibly have worked. The cord was severed, hanging uselessly from the base. "What the hell?" I muttered. "Detective, are you there?" Emily's voice came from directly behind me. I whirled around, but the doorway was empty. The corridor beyond was dark and silent. That's when my radio crackled to life. "Detective Carter, this is Officer Ramirez. We're on scene. Where are you?" I felt a surge of relief. "Third floor, east side. I'm trying to locate a young woman named Emily Mays. She's somewhere in the building, possibly drugged and disoriented." "Copy that. We're coming up." I could hear them now. Multiple sets of footsteps climbing the stairs, flashlight beams dancing across the walls. Backup had arrived. Officer Ramirez appeared in the doorway, followed by 3 other officers. "Detective, you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Did you see anyone on your way up? A young woman, early 20s. Ramirez shook his head. "No, sir. Place seems empty except for us." "She's here somewhere," I insisted. "I was just talking to her. Her name is Emily Mays. She said she was drugged at a party and woke up here." The officers exchanged glances. "We'll spread out and search," Ramirez said, though I could tell from his tone that he was humoring me. We searched the entire warehouse, floor by floor, room by room. Nothing, no sign of Emily, no blanket where I'd first seen her, no phone on the desk in the office, nothing to indicate anyone had been there at all. By 3 a.m. the search was called off. The warehouse had been thoroughly checked, including the roof and the basement. There was no Emily Mays. Back at the station, I ran her name through our database. No matches. I checked missing persons reports from the surrounding counties. Nothing. I even called the hospitals to see if anyone by that name had been admitted. Again, nothing. My sergeant suggested I take some time off, said I'd been working too hard, that stress can play tricks on the mind. Maybe he's right, but I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I went back to that warehouse the next day, in daylight. It looked different somehow, smaller, less ominous. I found the spot where I'd first seen Emily, but there was no blanket, no evidence anyone had been there. The office on the third floor where I'd seen the phone was just an empty room with no desk. It's been 4 months since that night, and I still can't explain what happened. Sometimes I wonder if Emily was ever really there, or if the warehouse itself somehow created her. I've heard stories about that place, whispers from the older officers about strange calls over the years, people reporting voices and figures that vanish when approached. I still drive by that warehouse sometimes, usually at night when I can't sleep. I sit in my car and stare at those broken windows, wondering if Emily is still in there somewhere, still calling for help. And sometimes, when the wind is right, I swear I can hear her voice carried on the breeze, a desperate whisper that chills me to the bone. Help me. Please, someone help me. Story 10. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 2 years now, and I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural, but what happened during my cousin Eleni's wedding trip to Greece has left me questioning everything I thought I knew. For context, my family is Greek, but I was born and raised in Chicago. My parents always made sure we stayed connected to our heritage, so we'd visit Greece every few summers. This particular trip was for my cousin's wedding in Athens, but we were staying at my grandparents' old house in a small village about an hour outside the city. The house has been in our family for generations. It's this beautiful stone building with blue shutters and climbing bougainvillea everywhere, picturesque but also ancient and creaky. It sits at the edge of the village, and behind it is a small hill with the local cemetery. Growing up, I never found it creepy. It was just part of the landscape, and we'd often visit our ancestors' graves to pay respects when we stayed there. Since there were about 15 family members crammed into the house for the wedding, sleeping arrangements were tight. I was sharing a room with my 2 younger cousins, Sophia and Dina, who were 12 and 14. The room wasn't huge, just a queen-sized bed that the 3 of us shared, a dresser, and this massive old wardrobe with mirrored doors that took up almost an entire wall. The bed was positioned against the opposite wall, so when you laid in it, you were facing the mirrors. The first 2 nights were fine. We were all exhausted from travel and wedding preparations, so we collapsed into bed and slept like rocks. The 3rd night is when it happened. I remember waking up suddenly around 3 in the morning. I know the time because there was an old alarm clock on the nightstand, and I could see the glowing red numbers reflected in the mirrored wardrobe. At first, I thought I'd heard something, maybe one of my cousins getting up to use the bathroom. But when I tried to turn my head to check, I couldn't move. Not a single muscle. I could blink, I could move my eyes, but everything else was completely frozen. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, but had never experienced it. The panic was immediate and overwhelming. I tried to scream, to wiggle my fingers, anything, but nothing worked. Then I saw movement reflected in the wardrobe mirror. The bedroom door was slowly opening. Even in my paralyzed state, I assumed it was my aunt or uncle checking on us, but instead, a small girl stepped into the room. She looked about 7 or 8 years old, with a dark bob haircut that curved under her chin. She was wearing what looked like a simple white nightgown, and at first glance I thought maybe it was my little cousin Thea who was staying down the hall, but something felt wrong immediately. The way she moved was too deliberate, too careful. Using just my eyes, I glanced to my left and right. Sophia and Dina were still sound asleep beside me, their breathing deep and even. I could see them clearly in the moonlight coming through the thin curtains. The girl didn't acknowledge me at all. She wandered around the room slowly, running her small fingers along the dresser, picking up a hairbrush and putting it down. I could see all of this happening in the mirror reflection, and I kept thinking, "Wake up, Marina, this is just a nightmare." But I wasn't asleep. I was terrifyingly awake. After what felt like forever, she turned toward the bed. I watched in the mirror as she approached, and then she disappeared from the reflection as she got too close to the bed. I felt the mattress shift slightly. She was climbing onto the foot of the bed. I couldn't see her anymore, but I could feel her weight on the mattress, small indentations moving up toward me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I was mentally screaming, trying desperately to move any part of my body. Then I felt her. Small, cold fingers touched my ankle through the sheet. That was when whatever was holding me broke. I gasped loudly and sat bolt upright, my body finally responding. My cousin stirred beside me but didn't fully wake. I looked frantically around the room, empty. The door was closed. The room was still. I sat there trembling for what felt like hours, afraid to lie back down, afraid to close my eyes. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I must have fallen asleep sitting up against the headboard. When morning came, I was groggy and disoriented. My neck was stiff from sleeping upright, and for a moment, I wondered if the whole thing had been a nightmare. But the memory was too vivid, too real. At breakfast, I was quiet while everyone else chattered about wedding preparations. My Aunt Athena noticed and asked if I was feeling all right. "Just tired," I said. Then, trying to sound casual, I added, "Hey, was Thea up wandering around last night?" My aunt looked confused. "No, she was asleep with me and your uncle. Why do you ask?" "No reason," I said quickly. "I thought I heard someone in our room, that's all." My grandmother, who was stirring her coffee nearby, gave me a curious look but didn't say anything. After breakfast, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The wedding wasn't until the next day, so I decided to take a walk to clear my head. Without really planning to, I found myself heading up the hill toward the cemetery. It was a beautiful, sunny day, the kind that makes Greece look like a postcard. The cemetery was small and well kept, with marble headstones and lots of potted flowers left by visitors. Our family plot was near the back, where my great-grandparents and several great-aunts and uncles were buried. I'd been there many times before, leaving flowers and helping my grandmother clean the headstones. I knew exactly where everyone was, but as I approached our family area, something caught my eye. About 3 meters away from my great-grandparents' graves was a smaller headstone I didn't remember noticing before. Maybe it was because I'd always focused on the graves my grandmother led me to, or maybe I just hadn't paid much attention as a kid. But now, something drew me to this particular stone. It was weathered and clearly old, but well-maintained, and there, embedded in the marble, was a small oval photograph protected by glass. My blood ran cold. It was her. The same girl who had been in our room last night, the same bob haircut, the same solemn expression. The photograph was old and yellowed, but there was no mistaking her face. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over another headstone. My hands were shaking as I read the inscription. Maria Stavros, 1943 to 1950, 7 years old. Stavros. My family name. I don't remember running back to the house, but suddenly I was there, bursting through the kitchen door where my grandmother was preparing lunch. She looked up, alarmed by my breathless entrance. "Yaya," I gasped, using the Greek word for grandmother. "Who is Maria Stavros?" My grandmother's hands stilled over the tomatoes she was slicing. She put down her knife slowly and wiped her hands on her apron. "Where did you hear that name?" she asked quietly. "I saw her grave. In the cemetery." "Who was she?" My grandmother sighed and pulled out a chair at the kitchen table, gesturing for me to sit. She looked troubled, uncertain whether to speak. "Maria was your grandfather's little sister," she finally said. "She died when she was very young, before I even met your grandfather. It was an accident. She fell from a tree she was climbing. It destroyed your great-grandparents. They rarely spoke of her, and your grandfather was only 10 when it happened. He doesn't like to talk about it either." My mouth was dry. Why didn't I know about her? "Some griefs are kept quiet in our family," she said simply. "Especially the old ones. Why are you asking about this now?" I couldn't tell her what I'd seen. She was devout and superstitious, and I was afraid of frightening her. I just noticed her grave for the first time. She would have been my great-aunt, right? My grandmother nodded slowly, studying my face. "Marina, you're very pale. Did something happen?" "No," I lied. I just felt sad, seeing a child's grave. That night, I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping in that room again. I made up an excuse about being too hot with 3 people in the bed and slept on the couch in the living room instead. No one questioned it much. The house was crowded, and sleeping arrangements were flexible. The wedding went ahead the next day, and it was beautiful. For a while, I was distracted by the celebrations, the dancing, the food, but every night for the rest of our stay, I slept on that couch or squeezed in with my parents. I couldn't face that mirrored wardrobe again, couldn't risk seeing Maria. Before we left Greece, I went back to the cemetery one last time. I brought a small bunch of wildflowers I'd picked from the hillside and placed them on Maria's grave. I don't know why I felt compelled to do this, maybe out of respect, maybe out of fear. As I stood there, a strange sense of peace came over me. I realized that whatever had happened that night, whether it was a terrifying dream or something more, Maria wasn't trying to harm me. She was just a child, a forgotten member of my family, perhaps curious about her living relatives. I've never told anyone in my family about what I saw that night. How could I explain it? But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel the slight depression of a small weight at the foot of my bed. I never open my eyes to check. Some things are better left unseen, even if they're family. Story 11. I've thought about writing this down for a long time. 7 years later, and I still wake up hearing those sounds. My therapist says putting it on paper might help me process what happened, so here goes. I joined the Blackwater County Sheriff's Department in 2012 after 4 years in the Army. It was a good job in a quiet county, mostly drunk drivers, domestic disputes, and the occasional meth lab bust. Nothing I couldn't handle. My partner, Vanessa Torres, transferred in from Pittsburgh PD in 2015, looking for something quieter after a shooting incident that left her with a commendation, but also some pretty serious PTSD. By October 2016, we'd become a solid team. Sheriff Harding called us into his office on a Monday morning. I remember it was drizzling, and the station smelled like wet uniforms and burnt coffee. "Mercer, Torres, I'm reassigning you both to patrol the Hollows area," he said, pointing to a shaded region on our county map. "We've had some complaints about response times out there. The Hollows wasn't just underserved, it was practically abandoned. A dense pocket of Appalachian forest with maybe a dozen scattered homesteads, most without proper road access. The area was built around the old Blackwater mine that collapsed back in the 50s, killing 17 miners. The company shut down, and most people moved away, leaving behind a ghost town that nature had almost completely reclaimed. Anyone still living out there is either too poor to move or too stubborn to leave," Torres said on our first patrol. She wasn't wrong. The first 2 weeks were uneventful. We'd cruise the deteriorating roads, check in on a few elderly residents, and occasionally break up a teenage drinking party. Nothing unusual until late October when we started finding those roadblocks. It was always in the same place, a sharp bend on Hollows Road about 3 miles from the old mine entrance. The first time I thought it was just storm damage, a pile of branches and small logs arranged across the road. Not random though, too deliberate, no trees down nearby. Someone had gathered and placed them there. "Probably kids," Torres said, helping me clear the debris. But it kept happening. Every other day, same spot, same arrangement. We set up a trail camera, but it never captured anyone, just showed the road clear at dusk, then blocked by morning. The camera itself was always slightly repositioned, as if someone had carefully moved it just enough to avoid being seen. Then came the sounds. The first time I heard it, I was alone on a morning patrol, a low mechanical grinding, almost like an old rusty conveyor belt, coming from deep in the trees. When I stopped the car and got out, it stopped immediately. Complete silence except for normal forest sounds. I walked maybe 50 yards into the woods but found nothing. As soon as I got back in the car, it started again, faint but unmistakable. I didn't tell Torres at first, didn't want her thinking I was hearing things, but a few days later, she mentioned it herself. "You hear that tapping sound yesterday? Like someone working with a hammer or pickaxe?" she asked. "Yeah," I admitted. "Been hearing strange stuff for days now." We agreed to document everything but kept it between ourselves for the time being. Neither of us wanted to be the deputies filing reports about spooky forest noises. Things escalated on October 27th. Torres was on solo patrol that evening while I was handling paperwork at the station. Her call came in around 9:30 p.m., her voice tense but controlled. "Alan, I need backup on Hollows Road, mile marker 7, multiple individuals blocking the roadway." I was there in 20 minutes, driving faster than I should have on those winding roads. When I arrived, Torres was sitting in her patrol car, pale and shaken. The road was empty. "They were just here," she said, getting out and shining her flashlight on the shoulder of the road. At least 5 of them, standing in a line across the road, wouldn't move, wouldn't respond to commands. "What did they look like?" I asked, examining the clear footprints in the mud at the road's edge. Covered in dark stuff. I thought it was mining gear at first, helmets, boots, but old-fashioned. They just stood there, completely still. She stopped, looking embarrassed. When I flashed my high beams, it looked like their faces were just black. Empty. I didn't dismiss her. The footprints were real enough. Work boots by the look of them, and they led straight into the forest, not along the road. The next night we patrolled together. Around 11 p.m. we were driving back toward town when our cruiser's headlights started flickering. The radio, which had been quiet, suddenly filled with static, then a low, continuous hum. "Equipment malfunction," Torres suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. I pulled over and checked under the hood. Nothing obviously wrong. When I got back in, the humming had changed. It was still there beneath the static, but now it seemed to pulse with what sounded like whispers. "You hear that?" I asked. Torres nodded, her face tense. "Sounds like people talking, but I can't make out the words." We sat there for maybe 5 minutes listening to that whispering. It seemed to be getting clearer, though still unintelligible. Then suddenly our radio switched channels on its own, cycling through all frequencies before returning to our department band. The static and whispering stopped. "I'm documenting this," Torres said firmly. "Something's not right out here." We filed a report the next morning. Sheriff Harding listened patiently, then sighed. "The Hollows has always been strange," he admitted. "Those old-timers who still live out there tell stories. Most I write off as superstition, but..." He hesitated. "Just be careful out there and keep your service weapons ready." On October 30th, we were scheduled for a night patrol. I remember checking my watch as we entered the Hollows area. 11:17 p.m. The air felt unusually heavy, like before a thunderstorm, though the sky was clear and starlit. "Let's check that spot where you saw the figures," I suggested. Torres nodded tensely. We'd been on edge all night, both jumping at shadows and normal forest sounds. As we approached mile marker 7, our headlights caught something in the road ahead, a solitary figure standing motionless in our lane. "There," Torres said quietly. "Just like before." I slowed the cruiser to a crawl. The figure didn't move. It appeared to be wearing old-fashioned mining gear, coveralls, heavy boots, and what looked like an old carbide lamp helmet. The material was dark, almost black, and caked with what might have been mud or coal dust. "Sheriff's Department," I called through the PA system. "Please clear the roadway." No response, no movement. I inched the cruiser closer until we were about 20 feet away. "We should approach on foot," Torres said, her hand resting on her holster. I nodded, putting the car in park but leaving the engine running and lights on. We both exited cautiously, hands near our weapons. "Sir, I need you to identify yourself," I called out. The figure remained motionless. As we approached, something felt wrong. The air pressure changed, like being underwater. My ears popped painfully. Torres looked at me, her expression confirming she felt it too. That's when we heard it. The sounds of mining operations coming from the forest. Unmistakable, metal striking stone, the creak and rumble of cartwheels on tracks, men's voices calling out to each other. "Someone could be hurt," Torres said, though her voice sounded strange, like she was speaking through water. I tried calling dispatch but got only static. The figure in the road still hadn't moved, but somehow seemed to be facing us despite not turning around. "We need to check," I said, though even as the words left my mouth, I knew we should get back in the car and leave. Instead, we walked past the figure and into the forest, drawn by those sounds and what I can only describe as an overwhelming need to help someone in distress. The figure never turned to watch us. It didn't need to. The forest was dark, but our flashlights cut through enough to follow what appeared to be an old trail. The mining sounds grew louder, pickaxes striking stone, machinery grinding, men shouting work commands to each other. Logical thought told me this was impossible. The mine had been closed for over 60 years, but the sounds were unmistakable. About 400 yards in, we found what looked like the old mine entrance, partially collapsed but clearly visible. And standing in front of it were more figures in mining gear, at least a dozen of them, arranged in a loose semicircle as if waiting for us. "Sheriff's Department," Torres called out, her voice shaking slightly. "Is everyone all right?" None of them responded. None moved. They just stood there. I took a step closer to the nearest figure. "Sir, do you need help?" It turned toward me slowly. I raised my flashlight to its face and felt my entire body go cold. There was no face, just a black void where features should be. Not darkness, not a mask, a complete absence, like looking into a hole in reality itself. Torres screamed. I stumbled backward, drawing my weapon instinctively. The figures began moving toward us, not walking exactly, more like shifting position. One would be still, then suddenly closer without visibly moving. We fired. I don't remember making the conscious decision, but my service weapon discharged 4 times. Torres fired 2. The bullets seemed to pass through them without effect, and they kept coming. The mining sounds grew deafening. The pressure in my ears became painful. The void-faced miners kept advancing, closing in from all sides. They reached out with hands that seemed solid enough but moved wrong, like watching something underwater. What happened next is fragmented. I remember running. Torres was ahead of me, then behind me, then gone completely. The forest seemed to shift and change around us. The ground beneath my feet didn't feel solid. Branches grabbed at my uniform, and always, those figures kept appearing, standing motionless until we got close, then suddenly, much nearer. I remember falling, the taste of dirt and rotting leaves, a voice that might have been Torres screaming my name but distorted like through a bad connection, the beam of my flashlight catching glimpses of those void faces between the trees. The next clear memory I have is waking up as dawn broke, Torres unconscious beside me. We were in a small clearing, far from any trail. My service weapon was empty, hers too. My uniform was torn and dirty, covered in scratches from branches and thorns. Sheriff Harding found us himself, leading the search party after we failed to check in. They'd found our cruiser where we left it, engines still running, lights still on. We were 400 yards into the forest, in an area with no trails or landmarks. The medical examination found nothing physically wrong with us beyond exhaustion, dehydration, and elevated stress hormones. They kept us overnight for observation. Torres and I were interviewed separately, but apparently gave identical accounts of what happened. The official report calls it a shared delusion triggered by exhaustion and possibly toxic gas leaking from the old mine workings. Sheriff Harding knows better. He came to visit me at home after I was released from the hospital. "This happens every 20 years or so," he said quietly. "Always in late October, always near the old mine." He wouldn't elaborate further, just made sure I was okay and left. Hollows Road is permanently closed now. Torres transferred back to Pittsburgh 3 months later. I'm still with the department, but I never patrol anywhere near that area. Sometimes I wake up hearing those mining sounds or whispers on the radio. Sometimes I dream about those void faces. I don't know what happened to us that night. I don't know what those things were. All I know is that the Hollows hold something that doesn't belong in our world. And every October, the barrier between gets thin enough for it to reach through. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened that night at Station 13. I've tried talking to a therapist about it, but they just think I had some kind of mental break. Maybe writing it all down will help me make sense of it, though I doubt it. It's been 3 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats when I hear anything that sounds like scraping on my roof. I was working the night shift at this old gas station about 40 miles outside of Amarillo. It was this rundown place on a forgotten stretch of Route 66. You know, one of those spots that was probably hopping back in the 50s but now just catches the occasional trucker or lost tourist. The owner was this old guy named Frank who barely showed his face, and I was pretty much left to manage the place during the graveyard shift from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. That Wednesday night started like any other. It was mid-October, and the nights were getting colder. I remember wearing my old Texas Tech hoodie because the heating in that place was absolute garbage. Business had been slow. I'd had maybe 5 customers the entire night, the last one being some guy in a semi who stopped for coffee around midnight. By 2 a.m., I was fighting to stay awake. I'd already restocked the coolers, mopped the floors, and counted the register twice. I was sitting behind the counter reading some old paperback I'd found in the break room when the lights started flickering. Now, power issues weren't uncommon out there. We were pretty far from town, and the electrical grid was sketchy at best. Usually, the lights would flicker for a second or two before stabilizing, or the backup generator would kick in. But this time was different. The fluorescents overhead buzzed and dimmed, brightened, then dimmed again, like they were gasping for electricity. This went on for maybe 30 seconds, way longer than normal. When they finally came back on, I noticed someone standing at pump 3. At first, I thought it was just another customer. Late, sure, but not completely unusual. What was weird was that I hadn't heard a car pull up, and looking out at the forecourt, I couldn't see any vehicle, just this figure standing completely still next to the pump. They were wearing what looked like a long coat that reached almost to the ground. It was dark, maybe black or navy blue, and they had on this wide-brimmed hat that cast a shadow over their face. The whole setup reminded me of those old-timey photos of travelers from the 30s or 40s. Through the window, I called out, "Hey, can I help you?" No response, no movement at all. Maybe they didn't hear me. I figured I should go out and check if they needed assistance. Sometimes we got hikers or hitchhikers passing through, and while we weren't supposed to serve people without vehicles, Frank's rule, I wasn't about to turn away someone who might be in trouble. So I walked out from behind the counter and headed for the door. The bell jingled as I stepped outside, and the cold night air hit me immediately. It must have been in the low 40s, and I remember thinking this person must be freezing just standing there. "Excuse me," I called out as I approached. "We're open if you need anything." Still nothing, no acknowledgement whatsoever. As I got closer, maybe 15 feet away, I started feeling uneasy. Something about the way they were standing, too rigid, too still, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. That's when it happened. The figure made this sudden, jerky movement. It wasn't smooth like a person turning around. It was abrupt and unnatural, like a marionette being yanked by its strings. One second they were facing the pump, and the next they were facing me, but the movement between those two positions was all wrong. And the face, Jesus Christ, the face. There wasn't one. Where there should have been eyes, a nose, a mouth, anything. There was just this smooth, pale surface, like someone had stretched skin over a mannequin head and forgotten to add the features. It wasn't flat, though. I could make out the shape of where the eyes should be, a slight bump where the nose would sit, but it was all just covered with this same pale, waxy-looking skin. I froze. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing. It was like those dreams where you try to scream but nothing comes out. I stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple of seconds. Then it started moving toward me. Not walking, moving. Its feet didn't seem to touch the ground in a normal way. It was coming at me fast, too fast for something that should be bound by the laws of physics. One moment it was by the pump, and the next it had covered half the distance between us. That broke my paralysis. I turned and ran back toward the store, nearly tripping over my own feet. I slammed into the glass door, fumbled with the handle, and practically fell inside. I spun around and locked the door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the deadbolt. When I looked up, the figure was standing just on the other side of the glass. Just standing there. its blank face angled slightly like it was studying me. I backed away until I hit the counter, never taking my eyes off it. I reached behind me, feeling for the phone. I needed to call someone, the police, Frank, anyone. My fingers found the receiver, and I pulled it to my ear, trying to dial 911 without looking away from the thing outside the door. As I punched in the numbers, the figure tilted its head the other way. It was such a human gesture coming from something so obviously not human that it made my stomach turn. And then, between one blink and the next, it was gone. Not like it walked away, like it simply stopped existing. I pressed the phone harder against my ear, waiting for the call to connect, but there was no dial tone. Dead. The lights flickered again, and this time they went out completely. The humming of the refrigerators stopped. The entire station was plunged into darkness. The backup generator should have kicked in automatically. It always did, but not this time. I was standing in pitch blackness, my only light coming from the dim glow of the moon through the windows. Then I heard it, a scraping sound coming from above me, from the roof, like something heavy being dragged across the metal sheets. It moved slowly from one end of the store to the other, directly overhead. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Pause. I fumbled in my pocket for my phone, turned on its flashlight, and then reached under the counter for the heavy-duty flashlight we kept for emergencies. My hands were shaking so badly, I dropped it twice before managing to switch it on. The scraping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I stood perfectly still, listening so hard my ears hurt. Then I heard it again, the same sound, but not from above, from inside the store, from the back, near the storeroom. I swung my flashlight in that direction, the beam cutting through the darkness, and there it was, standing between the chip rack and the coffee station, the figure in the long coat and wide-brimmed hat, its blank face catching the light and reflecting it back with a dull sheen. Its head was tilted again, watching me, and then it took a step forward. I didn't think, I just reacted. I dropped everything, my phone, the flashlight, my keys, and bolted for the door. I don't even remember unlocking it, just slamming through it and running to my car, an old Civic parked at the side of the building. I jumped in, locked the doors, and started the engine in one frantic sequence of movements. As I peeled out of the parking lot, my headlights swept across the front of the store. Through the large windows, I could see the figure standing inside, its featureless face turned toward me. I drove straight home, breaking every speed limit. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. By the third day, I'd worked up the courage to drive past Station 13 on my way to town. What I saw made no sense. The gas station was abandoned, not just closed, abandoned. The windows were boarded up, the pumps were gone, and there was a faded "for sale" sign hanging crooked on the chain-link fence that now surrounded the property. The place looked like it had been that way for years, not days. I pulled over and sat in my car, staring at the building in disbelief. A local sheriff's deputy drove by and noticed me sitting there. He pulled up alongside and asked if everything was okay. I asked him what happened to the gas station. He looked at me strangely and said, "This place, it's been closed since the fire back in 1997. Owner never rebuilt. But that was impossible. I'd been working there just 3 nights earlier. I had paychecks, a uniform shirt with Station 13 embroidered on the pocket." I tried to explain this to the deputy, but he just looked concerned and suggested I might be confused about the location. I drove to Frank's house that afternoon. The address I had led to an empty lot. When I asked neighbors about him, no one had heard of any Frank who owned a gas station. I've spent the last 3 years trying to make sense of what happened that night. All my employment records from Station 13 have disappeared. The tax forms, the paychecks, gone, like they never existed. I've searched online archives for any information about the place, but all I can find are old newspaper articles about a fire that destroyed a gas station on that spot in 1997. I would think I was losing my mind if it weren't for one thing. Sometimes, usually when I'm alone at night, I hear that same scraping sound on my roof. Scrap. Pause. Scrap. Pause. And occasionally, Out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something moving too quickly to be human, wearing a long coat and a wide-brimmed hat. I don't know what happened that night at Station 13. I don't know what that thing was or why it appeared to me. All I know is that it's still out there, and sometimes I think it's watching me, waiting. And the strangest part, I'm starting to wonder if I ever actually worked at Station 13 at all, or if those memories were somehow planted in my mind by whatever that thing was. I just needed to get this off my chest. Has anyone else experienced something like this? I feel like I'm going crazy, and I don't know who else to talk to about it. Story 13. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 17 years, and I still wake up in cold sweats whenever I hear water lapping against anything. I've moved 3 times since leaving Echo Lake, and I still can't shake what happened. I don't usually talk about this, but I need to get it off my chest. I was working as a park ranger at Echo Lake, Colorado back in 2006. It was a good job, peaceful most of the time, beautiful scenery, and the people in town were friendly. Echo Lake was this picturesque mountain town that tourists loved to visit, especially during holidays. I'd been there for about 3 years at that point. The weirdness started on Good Friday. I was doing my usual morning patrol when I noticed something off about the wildlife. The deer were much closer to the residential areas than normal, and they seemed agitated. I spotted several foxes near the playground, just sitting there, staring toward the lake. When I approached, they didn't even run away, just looked at me with these, I don't know how to describe it, these knowing eyes. I radioed my supervisor, Marcus, about it. He'd been a ranger there for over 20 years. "Yeah, noticed the same thing," he said. "Birds are acting funny too. Haven't heard much singing this morning." I thought maybe it was just a storm coming, but the weather forecast was clear. By lunchtime, I'd gotten 3 calls from hikers saying the forest was unusually quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. One guy, a regular named Bill, who hiked the North Trail every Friday, said he turned back because the silence was freaking him out. Saturday got weirder. A family of 4 came into the ranger station totally shaken up. They'd been hiking the Aspen Loop, an easy 2-mile trail that's practically impossible to get lost on. But somehow, they'd been walking for 3 hours and kept ending up at the same spot. The dad showed me his GPS tracker, which indicated they'd somehow walked over 12 miles. That's physically impossible on that trail. The trees kept changing, the mom told me, her voice shaking. We'd pass a distinctive one with a split trunk, turn a corner, and somehow pass it again from a different direction. 3 more groups reported similar experiences that day. I hiked the trail myself and found nothing unusual, but the feeling in the forest was off. The air felt heavy, like right before a massive thunderstorm, but the sky remained clear. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing what sounded like whispers outside my cabin. When I looked out, there was nothing there, but the lake seemed darker than usual, like the water was absorbing the moonlight instead of reflecting it. Easter Sunday is when everything went to hell. I was off duty that morning, but attended the sunrise service at Reflection Point overlooking the lake. It's a tradition in Echo Lake. Locals gather to watch the sunrise over the water while the town pastor gives a short service. About 50 people were there, including several families with kids. The service started normally enough, but as the sun cleared the mountains, Melissa Lang, who was standing next to me, grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. "What the hell is that?" she whispered. At first I didn't see anything. Then, as the light hit the lake just right, I saw them. Dark shapes moving beneath the surface, not fish. These were human-sized figures, actually walking, across the lake bottom. People started pointing and murmuring. The pastor tried to continue, but nobody was listening anymore. A kid, Tyler Banks, I think his name was, had one of those disposable underwater cameras and started taking photos. His parents tried to get him to stop, but he was transfixed. I went down to the shore with a few others, including Sheriff Tomlin. The water was crystal clear, unusually so, and as we got closer, I could make out details of the figures. They were people wearing old-fashioned clothes, like from the late 1800s, men in suits and bowler hats, women in long dresses. They were just walking, as if strolling down a street, except they were 30 feet underwater. The worst part? I recognized some of the faces, not personally, but from the historical photographs in the town museum. One looked exactly like old Mayor Gunderson, who died in the 70s. Another resembled Mrs. Heller, my elementary school librarian, who passed away when I was in high school. By midday, the whole town was in chaos. Cell phones stopped working. Internet went down. People who tried to drive out of town kept ending up back where they started, no matter which road they took. It was like some kind of twisted Twilight Zone episode. Around 2 in the afternoon, the first child disappeared. 6-year-old Josh Campbell had been playing in his fenced backyard while his mom was inside making lunch. She said she heard him talking to someone, looked out the window, and saw nothing unusual. When she called him in 5 minutes later, he was gone. The gate was still latched from the inside. His father, Tom, was frantic. He said he heard his grandpa calling him. He told us when we formed a search party. But his grandpa died 3 years ago. Within the next hour, 2 more kids vanished. Lisa Pearson, age 5, and Dylan White, age 7. Both had been in secured areas, and both parents reported hearing their children talking to someone right before they disappeared. Lisa's mom said she heard her daughter laughing about the pretty lady in the old dress. I joined one of the search parties. We combed the woods for hours, calling their names, but the forest felt wrong. Sounds didn't travel right. I'd hear someone calling from the search party and couldn't tell if they were 10 feet away or half a mile. At one point, I swear I heard a child giggling right behind me, but when I turned, there was nothing there. Just before dusk, we found Ellie Mason wandering near the old boathouse. Her clothes were dry, but her shoes were soaking wet and covered in lake mud. She was disoriented, talking about the Easter Bunny man who had wanted to show her where everyone goes when they leave town. She said he was tall and wore a fancy suit with a fluffy white beard and had a watch that made pretty music. In her pocket was an antique silver pocket watch. The town historian later identified it as belonging to Joseph Miller, one of the town's founders who died in 1887. The watch hadn't been wound in decades, but when the sheriff opened it, it played a few notes of a tinny melody before stopping. As night fell, the temperature dropped dramatically. It had been about 65 degrees during the day, but within an hour it plummeted to near freezing. A thick, unnatural fog rolled in from the lake, so dense you couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. It didn't move like normal fog. It seemed to pulse, like it was breathing. Most of the town gathered at the community center, nobody wanting to be alone. People were sharing what they'd seen, what they'd heard. Old Mrs. Finch, who'd lived in Echo Lake her entire 86 years, was telling anyone who would listen about the flood of 1891. "My grandmother told me stories," she said, her voice quavering. Easter Sunday, a flash flood came through the original settlement. The minister had insisted on holding service despite warnings of heavy rain upstream. 37 people drowned, including 15 children. When they built the dam in the 30s, they flooded the original town site and the cemetery where the victims were buried. Around 3 in the morning, every clock in the place stopped simultaneously. 3:17 a.m., the digital ones, the analog ones, even people's watches, all frozen at the same moment. The temperature inside the building dropped so fast our breath fogged. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, someone screamed. When emergency lights kicked on, we saw 8-year-old Peter Kingsley standing in the middle of the room. He hadn't been there a moment before. His parents had reported him missing hours earlier, but the way he stood wasn't right. His posture was stiff, formal, like an adult's, and behind him, barely visible in the dim light, were indistinct figures in old-fashioned clothing. When Peter spoke, it wasn't his voice. It was deep, with an old-timey accent that no kid could fake. "The door is open at Easter when the veil is thinnest," he said. "They've been waiting. They want to come home now." Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. The figures behind him seemed to fade into the darkness. The power came back on moments later. Peter was fine physically, but had no memory of where he'd been or what he'd said. The missing kids, Josh, Lisa, and Dylan, were never found. Neither was 10-year-old Hannah Reeves, who disappeared from her bedroom that night while her parents were at the community center. Over the next few days, as authorities from outside finally made it into town, we learned more about the connections. All 4 missing children were direct descendants of survivors from the 1891 flood. Hannah was the great-great-granddaughter of Reverend Reeves, the minister who had insisted on holding the Easter service despite flood warnings. The underwater photos that Tyler Banks took showed clear images of people in 19th century clothing. Several faces were identified as matching photographs of flood victims from the Town Historical Society. I left Echo Lake 6 months later. I couldn't stay after what happened. About 40% of the town's residents moved away within 2 years. Those who stayed started a new tradition. Every Easter, they place flowers along the lake shore with the names of those who died in the flood. They end with a prayer that still makes my skin crawl. May you find peace where you are. May you stay where you belong. May the door remain closed until we all come home together. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Mass hysteria, some kind of hallucinogenic algae bloom in the lake, anything that makes scientific sense, but I know what I saw. I know what we all experienced. I don't go near large bodies of water anymore. I've turned down family vacations to the beach, fishing trips with friends. I can barely take a bath without panicking. And every Easter I stay inside with the curtains drawn. I don't answer the door, no matter who might be knocking, because sometimes in my dreams I still see those figures walking beneath the lake, looking up, waiting for the door to open again. Story: I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 8 months since that day in Michigan, and I swear sometimes I hear her crying in the distance even though I'm back in my apartment in Chicago. None of my friends will talk about what happened. We've all just silently agreed to never bring it up again, but I need to get this out before it consumes me completely. Last October, 6 of us decided to rent this cabin by Lake Michigan for the weekend. Me, my roommate Jess, my college buddies Matt and Ryan's girlfriend Amber and her friend Taylor. We'd been planning it for months, a fall getaway before winter hit Chicago. The cabin looked amazing in the photos. Rustic, secluded, right on the water, perfect for disconnecting and having some beers around a bonfire. We left Chicago around 9 in the morning on Friday. The drive started out great. We were in 2 cars, taking turns with the playlist, stopping for snacks. The fall colors were incredible that day. All those bright oranges and reds against the blue sky. Everything felt so normal, so safe. After about 4 hours of driving, we got off the main highway and started taking these smaller roads. The GPS signal was getting spotty, but Ryan was confident he knew where we were going. He'd been to this area as a kid. I remember Jess commenting on how quickly civilization seemed to disappear. One minute we were passing through small towns, and the next there was just dense forest on both sides of a narrow road. Around midday, we stopped at this tiny gas station, literally the last sign of civilization we'd see for hours. The old guy working there gave us a weird look when Ryan mentioned where we were headed. He just shook his head and said something like, "That road gets tricky this time of year." We laughed it off. City folks getting warnings from locals. Classic horror movie stuff, right? Back on the road, Matt spotted this ancient-looking billboard. Half the letters were missing, but you could make out something about an abandoned highway and local detour. We joked about it, Ryan saying we were about to star in our own Blair Witch sequel. God, I wish we'd turned around right then. The road narrowed even more, and the trees seemed to close in overhead. I remember feeling like the forest was watching us. The shadows seemed to stretch across the road in impossible ways. The weather was still perfect, clear blue skies, but somehow it felt darker, heavier. The car in front of us, Ryan was driving with Amber and Taylor, kept getting further ahead because Matt kept slowing down without realizing it. That's when the radio started acting up. We'd been listening to some playlist Matt made for the trip when suddenly it cut to static, loud, grating static that made us all jump. Matt tried changing stations, but nothing worked. Then, through the static, this voice came through. It was so distorted and faint that I'm still not sure if we all heard the same thing. But to me, it sounded like someone whispering, "Turn back now." Matt shut the radio off immediately. "Just interference," he said, but his knuckles were white on the steering wheel. We kept driving, trying to catch up to Ryan. Then our car just died. The engine sputtered out, the lights flickered, and we rolled to a stop in the middle of nowhere. No houses, no other cars, nothing but trees in every direction. Our phones showed no service. Matt tried the engine again, and after a few terrifying moments, it started back up. We convinced ourselves it was just some weird electrical thing. We finally caught up to Ryan's car about 20 minutes later. They were pulled over on the side of the road, and the three of them were standing outside, talking to someone. As we got closer, I saw it was a woman in a white dress. Not like a wedding dress, more like an old-fashioned nightgown. It was dirty and torn at the hem. Her dark hair hung down her back in tangles. We pulled up behind them and got out. Ryan waved us over with this uncomfortable look on his face. "This is Marie," he said. "She had an accident up ahead and needs a ride to the nearest town." The woman, Marie, looked at us with these intense, dark eyes. Her face was pale, almost gray, and there was dried blood on her temple. She couldn't have been much older than us, maybe late 20s, but something about her eyes seemed ancient. "My car went off the road," she said in this soft, flat voice. "I've been walking for hours." I looked around, expecting to see a crashed car or skid marks or something, but there was nothing. Just empty road stretching behind us. Jess pulled me aside while the others talked to Marie. "This is weird, right? There's no car, and look at her clothes. They're like something from another era." I agreed, but what were we supposed to do? Leave her there? We were still at least an hour from the cabin according to the GPS, and who knew how far from any town. After some awkward discussion, we decided Marie would ride with Ryan, Amber, and Taylor. There was something about her that made me deeply uncomfortable, and I was secretly relieved she wouldn't be in our car. We started driving again, our car following theirs. Through the back window of Ryan's car, I could see Marie sitting completely still, staring straight ahead. No one was talking. Even from a distance, the tension was palpable. About 15 minutes later, we reached this old bridge. It wasn't very long, but it crossed over this narrow, rocky ravine with a creek at the bottom. The bridge looked ancient, wooden planks with rusted metal supports. Ryan's car stopped before crossing, and we pulled up behind them. That's when everything went to hell. Marie started screaming, not like a normal scream. This was primal, animalistic. Even from our car, we could hear her shrieking, "Not the bridge! Go back! Go back!" Ryan's car started reversing so quickly that Matt had to throw our car into reverse to avoid getting hit. We all got out, and Ryan was white as a sheet. "She just lost it," he said, started clawing at the doors, screaming about the bridge. But Marie was nowhere to be seen. "Where is she?" I asked, looking into their car. The back seat was empty. "She was just here," Taylor said, her voice shaking. "I swear to God she was right next to me, and then she wasn't." We called out for her, thinking maybe she'd jumped out when the car stopped. No answer. We searched around the cars, looking in the ditches beside the road. Nothing. Then we heard it. This low, mournful wail coming from the forest. We all froze. About 20 yards into the trees stood Marie. But something was different. She seemed taller somehow, and her dress was now completely white and clean. Her hair hung perfectly straight, and her eyes, they seemed to reflect light like an animal's would in the dark, even though it was still daytime. She just stood there staring at us, making that awful sound that wasn't quite crying and wasn't quite screaming. None of us moved, none of us breathed. Then she took a step toward us, and that broke the spell. We all scrambled back into the cars. Matt floored it, turning the car around so fast I thought we might flip. In the rearview mirror, I saw Ryan's car right behind us, and beyond that, Just for a second, I swore I saw Marie standing in the middle of the road, her mouth open impossibly wide. We drove like maniacs, not even sure if we were going the right way. No one spoke. The radio stayed off. About an hour later, we finally hit a main road, and the relief was physical, like a weight lifting off my chest. We found a diner in the first town we came to and sat there, all six of us, trying to process what had happened. Amber was sobbing quietly. Taylor kept checking the windows like she expected to see Marie's face pressed against the glass. Ryan was on his phone, trying to find any information about accidents on that stretch of road. "I found something," he said finally. His voice sounded hollow. "There was an accident on that bridge in 1986. A woman drove off it during a storm. Marie Lawson, 27 years old." We canceled the cabin rental and drove straight back to Chicago that night. 6 hours of silence, jumping at every set of headlights that appeared behind us. In the days that followed, we tried to rationalize what happened. Mass hallucination, an elaborate prank, a real woman who was mentally ill, but none of those explanations felt right. I've tried researching Marie Lawson since then. There are newspaper articles about the accident, but not much else. One thing keeps haunting me though. In the only photo I could find of her from her obituary, she's wearing a white dress. And she's smiling at the camera like she knows something the photographer doesn't. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I think I hear whispering. A woman's voice, soft and insistent. "Not the bridge. Go back." And I wonder, what would have happened if we had crossed that bridge? Was she trying to save us from something, or was she keeping us from where we needed to go? I still have nightmares about those hollow eyes watching me from between the trees, about that impossible scream, about the way she just vanished. My friends have all moved on. They don't want to talk about it. They say it was just our imaginations running wild after too many horror movies. But I know what I saw, and I know that something is still out there on that lonely stretch of road, warning travelers about the bridge, appearing and disappearing like a bad memory. I canceled a trip to northern Michigan last month. I just couldn't bring myself to get on that highway again. I'm not sure I ever will. Some roads are better left untraveled, some stories are better left untold, but I still check the rearview mirror whenever I drive at night, just in case I see a woman in white standing in the middle of the road, her mouth open in a silent scream. Story 15. I still get goosebumps thinking about the weird shit that happened in my old apartment. This was back in East Hollywood, around 7 years ago. I'd just landed a decent job at a design studio and finally had enough money to move out of my roommate situation into my own place. The apartment wasn't anything special, just a 2-bedroom in an older building from the 1920s. Hardwood floors, high ceilings, that kind of charm you get with older LA apartments. The layout was kind of strange, though. It had these unusually long hallways, and the kitchen was this narrow galley-style setup with cabinets and appliances lining both sides. The kitchen connected to another hallway that led to the bedrooms, living room, and bathroom. I remember my first week there felt completely normal. I was just happy to have my own space. Then the cabinet thing started. I'm extremely particular about keeping cabinet doors closed. It's just one of those weird things I'm obsessive about. I can't stand seeing open cabinets. It makes the whole kitchen look messy, so I always made sure they were shut before leaving for work or going to bed. About 3 weeks after moving in, I came home from work to find every single upper cabinet door in the kitchen slightly open. Not wide open, but each one was cracked open about 2 inches. At first I thought maybe I'd been in a rush that morning and forgotten to close them properly. I shut them all and didn't think much of it. 2 days later, same thing. Came home, all upper cabinets open. This time I distinctly remembered closing them because I'd wiped down the kitchen before leaving. I started to wonder if maybe there was something wrong with the cabinet latches, or if the building was settling in a way that caused them to pop open. I tested the cabinet doors, opening and closing them multiple times. They all seemed to latch properly. Nothing felt loose or broken. I even put a small piece of tape on a couple just to see if they'd stay shut. They did. The next morning, I double-checked every cabinet before leaving for work, all closed. When I got home that evening, the tape was still in place, but the cabinets were open again, including the ones with tape. The tape hadn't been removed, just stretched as the doors had opened. This went on for weeks. Sometimes it would be just the upper cabinets, other times both upper and lower. Sometimes they'd be open just a crack, other times they'd be open wider. I started taking photos as proof because I was beginning to doubt my own sanity. I'm not someone who jumps to supernatural explanations. I tried everything logical first. I checked for air pressure issues when windows were open. I looked for signs of someone else having access to my apartment. I even set up my laptop to record the kitchen while I was at work one day. The video showed nothing, just an empty kitchen. But when I got home that day, the cabinets were open again, and the video showed nothing opening them. They were closed when the recording started, and still closed when it ended. Yet somehow, when I walked in, they were open. About 3 months into living there, things escalated. It was a Tuesday evening in October. I remember because there was a heat wave, and I'd been complaining to co-workers about my AC struggling to keep up. I got home around 7, checked the apartment as had become my habit, and confirmed all cabinet doors were closed. I took a shower, changed into shorts and a t-shirt, and spent a couple hours in my bedroom answering emails and watching YouTube videos. Around 9:30, I went to the kitchen to grab a beer. What I saw made my skin crawl. Every single cabinet door, both upper and lower, was open. Not just open, but open at exactly the same angle. It was like someone had measured each one to make sure they were perfectly aligned. Not a single door remained closed. I stood there for at least a minute, just staring. The precision was what got to me. This wasn't random. This wasn't a draft or the building settling. This was deliberate. I closed them all, my hands shaking slightly. I grabbed my beer and went back to my bedroom, trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation. Maybe I'd opened them earlier and forgotten, but I knew I hadn't. The really freaky part came about a month later. Similar situation. Came home from work, checked the apartment, all cabinets closed, spent some time in my room, then went to the kitchen around 8 for dinner. All cabinets open again. But this time, as I was closing them, I caught movement in my peripheral vision. I turned toward the hallway that connected to the kitchen, and there she was. A little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, standing at the end of the hall. She had these pigtails tied with what looked like ribbon, and she was wearing this cream-colored dress that fell to her knees. The dress looked old-fashioned, like something from the early 1900s, with a high collar and puffy short sleeves. Her skin was pale, but not in an unnatural way. She looked like a normal kid, except for the fact that she was slightly transparent. I could make out the wall pattern behind her. I froze. We just looked at each other for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt much longer. Then she smiled, not in a creepy way, just a normal kid smile, turned and walked toward the living room. I snapped out of my shock and followed her, but when I got to the living room, she was gone, just vanished. I searched the entire apartment, even though I knew she couldn't be hiding anywhere. I lived alone. All windows were closed, and the front door was still locked with the chain on. There was absolutely no way a real child could have been in my apartment, let alone disappeared like that. After that first sighting, she started showing up more frequently. Sometimes I'd just catch a glimpse of her walking from one room to another. Other times I'd hear giggling coming from empty rooms. Once, I woke up at 3 in the morning to the sound of someone talking in the kitchen. It was a child's voice, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. It sounded like she was having a conversation, but I only heard her side of it. The thing is, as terrifying as this should have been, she never felt threatening, unsettling, absolutely. But she never did anything that seemed meant to scare or harm me. It was more like she was just existing in the same space, playing even. Objects started moving too, not violently thrown around like in horror movies, but misplaced in ways that made no sense. I'd put my keys on the counter and find them in the bathroom sink. My coffee mug would move from one end of the table to the other while I was in the shower. Small things that made me question my memory at first, until it happened too often to deny. The cabinets remained her favorite thing, though. That never stopped. Sometimes it would happen while I was home. I'd be sitting in the living room and hear the distinct sound of cabinet doors opening in the kitchen. I'd go check, and sure enough, they'd all be open. No one visible. One evening, about 7 months into living there, I was cooking dinner when I felt a distinct cold spot next to me. The hair on my arms stood up, and I knew she was there, even though I couldn't see her. Then, one by one, the cabinet doors began to open. Not violently, not quickly, they just slowly swung open, one after another, like someone was methodically opening each one. I stood there, spatula in hand, watching it happen. When the last one opened, I heard a soft giggle right beside me. "Hello?" I said, feeling both ridiculous and terrified. "I know you're there." The temperature dropped even further, cold enough that I could see my breath. Then a small handprint appeared on the foggy window above the sink, a perfect little child's handprint pressed against the glass from the inside. I moved out 3 weeks later. Before leaving, I tried to research the building's history. I spoke with neighbors, checked county records, even hired a local historian. Nothing concrete emerged about a child dying there. The building had been apartments since the 1930s, and before that, it had been a single-family home. There were records of various residents, but nothing about a child's death or anything tragic involving a young girl. The closest I got to an explanation was from an elderly woman who lived in the building for 40 years. When I described the girl, she nodded knowingly and said, "Oh, you've met Alice. She visits sometimes." She wouldn't elaborate further, just smiled and said, "She's harmless, dear, just lonely." I've been in my new place for years now, and nothing strange has happened here, but I still think about that apartment, about the little girl in the cream dress. I wonder if she's still opening cabinets for whoever lives there now, still walking those hallways, still leaving handprints on foggy windows. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed longer, tried to communicate with her more. But then I remember the precision of those cabinet doors, all open to exactly the same angle, and the chill returns to my spine. There are some doors, literal and figurative, that are probably best left closed. Story 16. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last month. I've been debating whether to share this for weeks, but I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think I'm completely losing my mind. I live in Hillcrest, a tiny village where everyone knows everyone's business. There are only about 500 people here, and most families have lived here for generations. My wife and I moved here 3 years ago, for the quiet life after living in the city became too much. We bought a modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street, right next to the Andersons, an elderly couple who've owned their property for over 40 years. It was a Tuesday night, or I guess technically Wednesday morning. I remember because the Andersons had left on Sunday for their daughter's place in British Columbia. They'd asked me to keep an eye on their house while they were gone for the week, which isn't unusual in a place like this. I'd fallen asleep watching TV in the living room around 11. My wife had already gone to bed, complaining about her early shift at the clinic the next day. I woke up suddenly at 3 in the morning with this intense craving for a cigarette. I've been trying to quit for months, but I still keep a pack hidden in the garage for moments of weakness. The house was completely silent, except for the low hum of the refrigerator. I didn't want to wake my wife, so I carefully slipped on my shoes by the back door and grabbed my lighter from the kitchen drawer. The wooden steps creaked slightly as I made my way down to the yard. It was one of those unnaturally still nights. No wind, no chirping crickets, nothing. Just dead silence. There wasn't even a moon visible, just this heavy blanket of darkness broken only by the dim glow of our porch light and the solar floodlight between our property and the Andersons. The air felt heavy, almost charged, like right before a thunderstorm. I lit my cigarette and took a long drag, feeling that familiar burn in my lungs. I was standing near our old maple tree, just enjoying the quiet and mentally kicking myself for not being able to quit these damn things, when I noticed movement from the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it might be a deer or maybe even a bear. We get them wandering through occasionally. But as I turned my head, I saw it was clearly a human figure walking slowly along the property line between our house and the Andersons. The solar light caught it perfectly, casting this weird, elongated shadow across the lawn. My first thought was burglar. The Andersons' house was empty, and everyone in town knew they were away. We'd had a few break-ins last summer, mostly kids looking for alcohol or valuables to pawn for drug money. But something about this figure seemed off. It was tall, taller than me, and I'm 6'1". The person was dressed completely in black, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe even a cloak that reached almost to the ground. They had on what appeared to be a hat or some kind of bonnet. The strangest thing was that the coat, or whatever it was, seemed to be covered in tiny white specks, almost like stars against a night sky, but they didn't reflect light like sequins would. The figure moved with this weird, gliding smoothness, not running or sneaking, just purposeful. It walked directly to the Andersons' front door and then just stood there, not knocking, not trying the handle, just standing motionless, facing the door. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. Something wasn't right. I dropped my cigarette and crushed it under my heel without thinking. "Excuse me, can I help you?" I called out, trying to sound authoritative despite the sudden dryness in my throat. The figure didn't respond or even acknowledge me. It just kept standing there, perfectly still, its back to me. I took a deep breath and started walking toward it. "Hey, the owners aren't home," I called again, louder this time. "Is there something I can help you with?" I'd taken exactly 3 steps. I remember because I was counting them to steady my nerves when it happened. The figure just disappeared. 1 second it was there, solid as anything, blocking part of the porch light's glow, and the next second it was gone. Not like it ran away or ducked behind something. It literally vanished, like someone had erased it from existence. I froze mid-step. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. The cigarette craving was completely gone, replaced by a cold sweat breaking out across my back. I stood there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds, trying to process what I'd just seen. Maybe it was a trick of the light. But no, the solar floodlight was bright and steady, no flickering or dimming. There weren't any shadows from the moon since it wasn't visible, and there wasn't even a hint of wind to move branches and create shifting shadows. The figure had been solid, 3-dimensional, blocking light in a way shadows just can't. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. Swallowing hard, I forced myself to approach the Andersons' front door. It was still locked tight. I checked twice, rattling the handle more forcefully the second time. No one could have gone inside. I swept the flashlight beam around the front of the house, then walked around to the side where the figure had been walking. Nothing. Not a footprint in the soft earth by the flower beds, not a disturbance in the perfectly trimmed lawn. I checked behind every bush, behind the old shed, even looked up at the windows and roof. Nothing and no one. After about 20 minutes of searching, I gave up and went back inside. I was freezing by then, though it wasn't particularly cold out. It was that bone-deep chill that comes from fear, not temperature. I double-checked all our doors and windows, then sat in the kitchen with all the lights on, nursing a glass of whiskey until the sun started to rise. I didn't tell my wife about it when she got up. What would I say? "Hey, honey, I think I saw a ghost last night." She'd think I was losing it. But at breakfast she seemed preoccupied, stirring her coffee long after the sugar had dissolved. "Everything okay?" I asked. She hesitated, then sighed. "You're going to think I'm crazy." "Try me," I said. She put down her spoon. "I saw something weird a few nights ago. I didn't tell you because it sounds so ridiculous." My stomach dropped. "What did you see, and when?" "It was Sunday night, around midnight. I couldn't sleep and went to get some water. I looked out the kitchen window and saw someone standing in the Andersons' yard." She paused, looking embarrassed, but when I blinked, they were gone. Just gone. I felt the blood drain from my face. What did they look like? Tall, wearing all black, like a long coat or maybe a dress, and something on their head like a hat. The weird part was, she trailed off. "What?" I prompted, my mouth dry. "Their coat or whatever had these tiny white dots all over it, like stars or something." I must have looked as shocked as I felt because she immediately backtracked. I know, it sounds crazy. I was half asleep, probably just imagined it. "Did you see their face?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She shook her head. "They never turned around, just stood there facing away from me." We spent the next hour comparing notes, same figure, same description, same behavior, just standing there facing away, then vanishing. The only difference was the time and exact location. It had been standing in the yard when my wife saw it, not at the door. We discussed all the logical explanations. A trespasser. But how did they disappear without a trace? A shadow or reflection? But from what? We both saw it on completely different nights, under different conditions. A shared hallucination? That doesn't even make scientific sense. The Andersons returned from their trip 5 days later. I helped Mr. Anderson with his bags and casually asked if they'd ever experienced anything unusual in their house. He gave me a strange look, then chuckled and said, "You're not the first neighbor to ask us that." According to him, 3 previous owners of our house have reported seeing a shadow person on their property or near the Anderson house. The stories go back decades. Some locals think it's the ghost of Margaret Holloway, who owned both properties in the 1930s. Apparently, she was known for wearing a distinctive black coat with small pearl buttons, which could explain the white specks, and a wide-brimmed hat. She died waiting for her son to return from war, standing vigil at her front door night after night. Mr. Anderson laughed it off as local folklore, but Mrs. Anderson quietly told me later that she's seen it too, always at night, always near the property line or their front door. "It's never harmed anyone," she assured me. "I think she's just still watching, still waiting." I don't know what to believe. I've never been one for ghost stories or the supernatural, but I know what I saw, and I know my wife saw the same thing, independently, days apart. When I close my eyes at night, I can still picture that tall, dark figure standing motionless at the door, and the impossible way it simply ceased to exist when I approached. I still smoke outside sometimes, but never at 3 in the morning, and I always keep my eyes fixed firmly on our own property, never letting my gaze drift toward the space between our house and the Andersons. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen, and some questions are better left unanswered. Story 17. I've never really shared this before except with a few close friends, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been almost 7 years since it happened, but I still think about it way too often. Some nights I can't even sleep because my mind keeps going back to that room at Fort Lewis. For context, I enlisted right after high school. Nothing special about my story. Small town, not much opportunity, wanted to serve my country, all that. I was stationed at Fort Lewis, now called Joint Base Lewis-McChord, in Washington State for my 4-year contract. I was just a private when this happened, about 6 months into my service. The barracks at Fort Lewis weren't anything special, just your standard military housing. 3-story brick buildings that had been there forever, minimal comfort, shared bathrooms down the hall. My room was on the 3rd floor, facing away from the main parade grounds. Being August in Washington, the weather was weird as usual. That evening had been especially gloomy and windy. One thing you should know about those barracks, they were old as dirt and had no AC. In the summer, it was brutal. We all had these big box fans that we'd stick in the windows to get some kind of airflow. Mine was this chunky white plastic one that I'd wedged into my window frame. The window was right at the head of my bed, so the fan was maybe 2 feet from where I slept. That fan made this constant rattling noise against the metal window frame. At first it drove me crazy, but after a few weeks, it became almost comforting. Just white noise that helped me sleep through the sounds of drunk soldiers coming back at 2 in the morning. This particular night, I remember being exhausted. We'd been doing field exercises all week, and I had finally showered and crashed in my bed around 10. I fell asleep almost instantly with that familiar fan rattle in my ears. I don't know exactly what time it was when I first noticed something off. Maybe around 2 in the morning. I was in that weird half-sleep state where you're not fully conscious. The first thing I noticed was that the fan noise wasn't consistent anymore. It would fade in and out, like someone was messing with the power or the fan was moving around. At first, I figured I was just drifting in and out of sleep, like how sometimes sounds seem to disappear when you're falling asleep. But then I realized I was actually pretty awake, and the sound really was changing. Then it stopped completely. I opened my eyes and turned my head toward the window, and what I saw made my entire body go cold. The fan, my big heavy box fan, was hovering about 2 inches above the window frame, not sitting on it, hovering in midair. I blinked hard, thinking I was seeing things, but it was still there, suspended in space, not touching anything. The cord was still plugged in, the blades were still spinning, but the whole unit was just floating. I immediately turned my head back and stared at the ceiling, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I was dreaming or hallucinating from exhaustion. I squeezed my eyes shut and counted to 10, trying to calm down. When I opened them again, I didn't look at the window. I was too scared of what I might see. I tried to convince myself to go back to sleep. "You're exhausted, Mercer," I kept telling myself. "You're seeing things." But I couldn't shake the image of that floating fan from my mind. That's when I felt it, my undershirt coming untucked from my PT shorts on my right side. I sleep in standard PT gear, army shorts and shirt, and I always keep my shirt tucked in. It's just a habit, but now it was coming loose. I reached down and tucked it back in, thinking I must have shifted in my sleep. Not even 10 seconds later, I felt the left side coming untucked. I tucked that side in, and immediately the right side came loose again. This went on for several minutes. Right side, left side, right side, left side, like some kind of sick game. I was fully awake now, and absolutely terrified. It felt like something was deliberately messing with me, something I couldn't see. I lay there, frozen, trying to figure out what to do. Running wasn't an option. Where would I go? Wake up my battle buddy next door at 2 a.m. because my shirt was untucking itself? I'd never live it down. Then I noticed something else. The light in my closet was turning on and off. It wasn't the main room light, just the small closet light that I usually left off. On, off, on, off. At irregular intervals, like someone was flicking the switch, but that wasn't even the worst part. When I finally worked up the courage to look over at the closet, I saw my desk drawer, the one next to the closet, sliding open and closed by itself. Just a few inches each time, but definitely moving. I could see it passing in front of my green-lit phone charger that was plugged into the wall outlet, creating this eerie shadow effect as it moved. I want to be clear. This wasn't the building settling or vibrations from the wind outside. This was my drawer opening and closing like someone was pulling it, but there was nobody there. At this point, I was so scared I couldn't even move. I just lay there watching my drawer open and close, my shirt untucking itself over and over, and knowing that behind me was a fan that was somehow floating in midair. The whole time I kept thinking about something I'd been told by my sergeant a few weeks earlier. We'd been talking about the high suicide rate at Fort Lewis. It had the highest of any military base at that time. That's when he told me this story about how some pastor had once taken a map of the US and overlaid a pentagram on it, and one of the points landed almost exactly on Fort Lewis. I'm not usually superstitious, but lying there with all this impossible shit happening around me, that story seemed a lot more credible suddenly. The whole thing lasted maybe 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, the drawer stopped moving. My shirt stayed tucked in. And when I finally got the courage to look at the window again, the fan was back in place, rattling against the frame like nothing had happened. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I just sat up in bed with my back against the wall, watching every corner of the room until sunrise. When my alarm went off at 5:30, I was already dressed and ready to get the hell out of there. I never told my commanding officers. What was I going to say? "Sir, my fan was levitating and my drawer was opening by itself." That's a one-way ticket to a psych evaluation. I did mention it to a senior NCO I trusted a few weeks later, and that's when he told me more about the pentagram story and other weird stuff that had happened on base. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who'd experienced strange things in those barracks. He told me about a guy from a few years back who kept reporting footsteps in his room at night when no one was there. Another soldier claimed his belongings would be rearranged while he was out on duty, and one guy supposedly woke up with unexplained scratches on his back. I requested a room change the next day, claiming water damage from a leak. There wasn't one. They moved me to the second floor of a different building. I never experienced anything like that again during the rest of my time at Fort Lewis, but I never stopped thinking about it either. Looking back now, I've tried to find logical explanations. Maybe the fan's vibration created some kind of weird acoustic effect that made it appear to be floating. Maybe the drawer had a faulty track that made it slide. Maybe I was so tired I was hallucinating, but none of those explanations feel right. What I experienced that night was real, and it wasn't natural. Something was in that room with me, something that wanted me to know it was there. I finished my 4 years and got out, never re-upped, never looked back. I've been to some scary places in the world during my service, seen some things I wish I could forget, but nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever frightened me as much as what happened in that barracks room. To this day, I sleep with the lights on when I'm alone, and I don't use fans anymore, no matter how hot it gets. Story 18. I've been a truck driver for almost 15 years now. It's a decent enough living, and I've always enjoyed the solitude of long hauls. There's something peaceful about being alone with your thoughts, watching the landscape change around you while the rest of the world sleeps. At least, that's how I used to feel. What happened on Highway 50 last summer changed everything for me. I still drive the same routes, still make the same deliveries, but nothing feels the same anymore. I keep the radio on constantly now, even when there's nothing but static. The silence is worse. It was late July, and I was hauling industrial equipment from San Francisco to Denver. Pretty standard job. I'd done similar routes dozens of times before. That night, I was on Highway 50 through Nevada. They call it the loneliest road in America for good reason. Miles and miles of nothing but desert and mountains, barely any traffic, and towns so small and far apart, you might miss them if you blink. I'd been driving for about 9 hours straight, and fatigue was starting to set in. The monotony of that highway can really mess with your head. Same scenery for hours, same yellow lines disappearing under your truck. Around 2 in the morning, I spotted a rest area and decided to pull in for a quick break. Nothing fancy, just a small parking lot, some picnic tables and bathrooms. When I pulled in, I noticed there was only one other vehicle there, another semi parked in the far corner of the lot. Its running lights were on, and I could see the engine was idling. Normal enough, I figured the driver was sleeping in the cab. I parked on the opposite side, shut off my engine, and stepped out to stretch my legs. The desert air was cool against my skin, a nice change from the stuffy cab. The sky was incredible that night. No light pollution, just an ocean of stars stretching across the darkness. But something felt off. The silence was too complete. No insects, no distant traffic noise, nothing. That's when I noticed something strange about the other truck. Its hazard lights were flashing, but there was a weird pattern to it, not the regular rhythm you'd expect. And the engine wasn't just idling, it was revving slightly, then dropping, like someone was tapping the pedal. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to check it out. Maybe the driver was having mechanical issues or needed help. As I approached, I could see the driver's door was slightly ajar, which immediately set off alarm bells in my head. No driver leaves their door open like that, especially not in the middle of nowhere at 2 in the morning. "Hello?" I called out, but got no response. The truck's interior light was on, illuminating an empty cab. The seat was empty, but there was a thermos in the cup holder, still steaming. Someone had just been there. I looked around the rest area, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The bathroom building was dark, and beyond the small circle of light from the parking lot lamps was nothing but pitch blackness. The mountains were just black shapes against the starry sky. I felt a crawling sensation between my shoulder blades, like someone was watching me. "Anyone here?" I shouted, my voice sounding pathetically small in the vast emptiness. Nothing, just that unnatural silence and the irregular idling of the abandoned truck. I decided I'd stayed long enough. Whatever was going on with that truck and its missing driver, it wasn't my problem. I hurried back to my rig, locked the doors, and tried to shake off the unease that had settled over me. As I turned the key in the ignition, my CB radio suddenly crackled to life. Static burst through the speakers, making me jump. I hadn't even turned it on. Through the static, I heard something that made my blood run cold. "Help. Need help. On the road." The voice was distorted, breaking up between bursts of static, but it was clearly human. Male, I think. "Hello? Where are you?" I responded, wondering if it was the driver of the other truck. More static then. "Lost. So long. Please." I tried again. "What's your location? Do you need medical assistance?" The static grew louder, the voice more frantic. "They're coming. They always come. Help me." A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Something about that voice didn't sound right. It was too hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Then came 3 sharp knocks on my window. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Standing outside my truck was a man, tall, gaunt, wearing a faded baseball cap and a long coat that seemed too heavy for the season. His face was shadowed beneath the cap, but I could see he was pale, with several days' worth of stubble on his chin. I rolled down my window just a crack. "Can I help you?" "Car broke down a few miles back," he said, his voice surprisingly normal after the distorted pleas on the radio. "I've been walking for hours. Any chance you could give me a ride to the next town?" Every instinct I had was screaming at me to drive away, but there was nothing overtly threatening about him, just a stranded motorist in need of help. And in the trucking community, we look out for each other. At least, that's what I told myself. "Where you headed?" I asked, still keeping the window mostly closed. "Just to the next town. Austin, I think it is. Not far." He was right. Austin was maybe 40 miles ahead. Against my better judgment, I unlocked the passenger door. "Hop in." The moment he climbed into my cab, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. He smelled strange. Not body odor or anything obvious, but something musty and old, like books left in a damp basement. "Appreciate it," he said, settling into the passenger seat. "Not many people on this road, especially at night." I put the truck in gear and pulled back onto Highway 50. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead. "So what happened to your car?" I asked, trying to make conversation to ease my nerves. "Engine trouble," he replied vaguely. "Old car, should have replaced it years ago." We drove in silence for a while. I kept glancing over at him, but he just stared straight ahead, his face still partially hidden by that cap. His hands rested on his knees, long, thin fingers that were unnaturally still. After about 20 minutes, we approached a fork in the road. Highway 50 continued straight, but he pointed to a smaller road branching off to the right. "Take that road," he said. "It's a shortcut." I frowned. "That's not the way to Austin." "Trust me," he insisted. "I know these roads, been driving them for years." Against my better judgment, I took the turn. The road was narrower, less maintained than the highway. My headlights illuminated nothing but sagebrush and the occasional reflective eyes of desert animals. The radio crackled again, static, then that same desperate voice. "Help us, please, we're lost." The man beside me stiffened. "You hear that often?" he asked, his tone suddenly tense. "No," I admitted. "It just started happening tonight." He nodded slowly. "You ever wonder about all the people who disappear on these roads? All the folks who set out for somewhere and never arrive?" A chill ran down my spine. Can't say I have. "They're out there," he said, gesturing to the darkness beyond our headlights. "Lost. Forever driving these empty roads, looking for a way back." The radio burst to life again, louder this time. "Help! We can't find our way back." The man turned to me fully now, and for the first time I got a clear look at his face in the glow of the dashboard lights. His eyes were sunken, his skin stretched too tight across his cheekbones. But it was his expression that terrified me, a mixture of desperation and hunger. "Do you know what it's like to be lost?" he asked, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Really lost, not just taking a wrong turn, but being somewhere you don't belong, somewhere you can never leave." I shook my head, my mouth too dry to speak. "Once you're lost," he continued, "there's no coming back. Not really. You might find your way to places that look familiar, might even convince yourself you're home, but you're not. You're still lost, just better at pretending." The radio exploded with voices now, dozens of them, all crying out for help, all begging to be found. The cacophony filled the cab, drowning out the sound of the engine. Suddenly the man lunged at me, his hands grasping at the wheel. "They want you too," he screamed, his face contorted with rage or fear. I couldn't tell which. "They've been watching you since you stopped. They need new souls to join them." I fought him off, swerving dangerously on the narrow road. "Get off me! Get out of my truck!" He fell back against the passenger door, breathing heavily. The voices on the radio grew louder, more insistent. I could almost make out individual words now, individual pleas. "Pull over," I demanded, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. "Get out. Now." To my surprise, he complied. As soon as I stopped the truck, he opened the door and stepped out into the darkness. But before he closed it, he leaned back in, his face now eerily calm. "They've seen you now," he said quietly. "They know you can hear them. It's only a matter of time." He slammed the door shut, and I immediately locked it. Through the side mirror, I watched him walk into the desert, his figure quickly swallowed by the darkness. I turned the truck around and sped back to Highway 50, the radio still blaring with those terrible voices. No matter how I tried, I couldn't turn it off or even lower the volume. They followed me for miles, growing more desperate, more angry as I fled. It wasn't until I reached a gas station in Austin that the voices finally faded. I was shaking so badly I could barely pump the gas. The attendant, an older man with leathery skin and knowing eyes, watched me curiously. "You all right there, son?" he asked. "Look like you've seen a ghost." I must have seemed crazy, but I told him everything. The abandoned truck, the strange man, the voices on the radio. I expected him to laugh or call the cops, but he just nodded solemnly. "You're not the first," he said, handing me a cup of coffee I hadn't asked for. "Highway 50's got a reputation. Those who drive it at night sometimes pick up more than they bargained for." "What do you mean?" He shrugged. "Lost souls. Folks who never made it to where they were going. Some say they're still out there trying to find their way home, and sometimes they try to take others with them." "That's just superstition," I said, though I didn't believe my own words. "Maybe so," he conceded. "But I'll tell you this. Once you hear them, once they know you can hear them, you're never truly free. They'll find you again sooner or later." I finished my delivery to Denver in a daze, jumping at every burst of static on the radio, flinching whenever a fellow trucker tried to make contact. By the time I got home, I'd convinced myself it was all just exhaustion, maybe even a hallucination brought on by too many hours on the road. But sometimes, when I'm driving late at night, especially on empty stretches of highway, my radio will suddenly turn on by itself. Static at first, then voices, distant, desperate, familiar, and I know they're still out there, still looking for me. I still drive the same routes, I still make the same deliveries, but I never stop on Highway 50 anymore, and I never ever pick up hitchhikers. Story 19. I've been struggling with whether to share this for a long time. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I'm taking a huge risk, but people need to know what happened. I was a detective with the Maryland State Police until 4 years ago. My name isn't Lauren Bishop anymore. That person no longer exists according to official records. I've been living under a different identity since late 2019. It started on September 12th, 2019. I remember because it was my nephew's birthday, and I had to miss his party for work. A package was waiting on my desk when I arrived at the station that morning. Just a plain manila envelope with no return address, only my name written in block letters. Inside was a USB drive with a small red triangle drawn on it with what looked like permanent marker. I didn't think much of it at first. In my line of work, receiving evidence or tips anonymously wasn't uncommon. I plugged it into my computer, probably not the smartest move in retrospect, and found dozens of video files. They were body camera footage, not the official kind that gets logged into evidence, but personal recordings that some officers keep as backup. What I saw made me physically sick. The videos showed at least 7 high-ranking officers in our department engaged in evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and worse. Lieutenant Morrison was in most of them, a 20-year veteran who everyone respected. I watched him threaten a witness in a drug case, telling her exactly what would happen to her kids if she testified. Captain Reynolds was there planting evidence at a crime scene. Chief Deputy Williams oversaw the whole thing, giving directions like some kind of movie director. Each video was time-stamped and geotagged. They were authentic. I could tell from the background details and the officers' mannerisms. And every file had that same red triangle marking in the corner of the footage. I didn't sleep that night. These weren't just bad cops. These were the leaders of our department. By morning, I'd decided to start a quiet investigation. I needed more evidence before taking this to Internal Affairs or the FBI. That was my first mistake. By the next evening, things started getting weird. I left work around 7 and found all 4 of my car tires punctured. Not slashed randomly. Each had an identical triangular puncture pattern. The repair shop guy said he'd never seen anything like it. While waiting for the tow, I noticed an unmarked police cruiser parked across the street. When I walked toward it, it drove away. That night around 3 in the morning, I woke up to headlights shining through my bedroom window. Another unmarked cruiser was parked outside my house. I took photos with my phone, but when I called dispatch to report it, they said no units were assigned to my area. By the time I looked again, the car was gone. I spent the next day digging deeper. The videos showed officers I'd worked with for years, people I trusted, all wearing the same small pin on their uniforms, a red triangle. I'd seen the pin before, but assumed it was for some police charity or remembrance. Now I recognized it as some kind of identifier. That afternoon, dispatch called about an officer found unresponsive in his patrol car. Michael Rodriguez, one of the officers from the videos, was dead. No signs of trauma, no apparent cause, just dead in the driver's seat of his locked cruiser. The dashboard clock was frozen at exactly 3:33 a.m. The medical examiner initially suspected a heart attack, but Rodriguez was 34 and in perfect health. I was standing in the parking lot where they found him when I got a text from a block number. The Brotherhood protects its own, nothing else. I went back to the station and started searching personnel files for anything connecting these officers. There was nothing official, but I noticed patterns. All of them had transferred from different departments. All had risen quickly through the ranks. All had similar notes in their files about their dedication to the Brotherhood of Law Enforcement. 2 days after Rodriguez died, Lieutenant Frank Morrison was found dead in his car. Same scenario, locked from the inside, no sign of struggle. Time of death estimated at 3:33 a.m. The coincidence was impossible to ignore. I contacted a tech specialist I knew from a previous case, someone outside the department. She helped me access the metadata on the video files, which revealed they'd been recorded over the past 15 years. 15 years of systematic corruption, all documented and hidden away. That night, someone broke into my apartment while I was out running. Nothing was taken, but my computer was on, and the USB drive was plugged in. They'd been watching my files. On my bathroom mirror, drawn in what looked like lipstick, was a red triangle. I didn't go home again. I packed a bag, checked into a motel under a fake name, and called Alan Pratt, a retired detective who'd been my mentor. He was the only person I could trust. Alan met me at the motel around midnight. I showed him everything I'd found, and he wasn't surprised. They call themselves the Brotherhood of the Shield, he said. It's not just our department. They've infiltrated departments across the country. Alan had investigated them years ago, before being forced into early retirement. According to him, the Brotherhood operated as a parallel justice system within law enforcement. They decided who was guilty, what evidence survived, which witnesses were credible. Anyone who threatened their power was systematically eliminated. I spent the night cross-referencing department records. In the past 15 years, 23 officers had filed complaints against members of what I now knew was the Brotherhood. All 23 had either resigned under suspicious circumstances or died. Heart attacks, car accidents, suicides, all convenient, all questionable. The next morning, Alan and I found more encrypted files on the USB that we'd missed before. What they contained was beyond anything I could have imagined. The Brotherhood had developed or acquired technology that could deliver targeted electromagnetic pulses, what they called digital execution. These pulses could induce fatal cardiac arrhythmias from a distance, leaving no trace except a momentary electrical surge. Rodriguez and Morrison hadn't just died, they'd been executed by their own people. My guess is they were considered liability risks after the videos leaked. By noon, Alan and I had compiled enough evidence to take to the FBI. We arranged to meet with an agent at a diner just outside of Baltimore. We never made it there. 3 black SUVs boxed us in on the highway. Men in tactical gear surrounded our car. I thought we were dead, but they weren't Brotherhood. They were FBI. Our contact had called in a tactical team for our protection after receiving threats. The next 12 hours were a blur. The FBI had apparently been building a case against the Brotherhood for years, but lacked concrete evidence. My USB drive was the missing piece. They took us to a secure location where I met other officers and agents who'd been investigating the group. Some had been working undercover for years. The operation moved fast after that. By 8 that evening, the FBI was raiding what they called the Brotherhood's command center, a warehouse registered to a shell company owned by several high-ranking police officials. Inside, they found the technology described in the files, devices that could deliver targeted electromagnetic pulses to specific locations. But the Brotherhood had contingency plans. When the FBI breached the facility, 12 members activated some kind of fail-safe protocol. The system broadcast the execution frequency throughout the building before they each put bullets in their own heads. 3 FBI agents died of sudden cardiac arrest during the raid. The official story released to the media was that a corrupt police fraternal organization had been disbanded. The technological aspects were classified, the deaths attributed to natural causes and suicide. The department underwent a restructuring. I wasn't allowed to go back to my life. The Brotherhood's reach was too extensive, their remaining members too dangerous. The FBI believes fragments of the organization survived, operating deeper underground. They offered me witness protection, a new identity, a new life far from Maryland. Before I disappeared, Alan gave me an encrypted phone. For emergencies, he said. 3 months later, he died in a house fire ruled accidental. I've been living under my new identity for 4 years now. Sometimes I think I'm being paranoid, but then I'll notice an unmarked car parked across from my apartment or a person watching me in a coffee shop. Twice I've received blank emails with image attachments. Just a red triangle. The FBI tells me the Brotherhood is gone, but I know better. Organizations like that don't just disappear, they evolve. They go deeper underground. I'm breaking protocol by posting this. If they find me, I'll probably end up like Rodriguez and Morrison. But people need to know, police departments across the country have been infiltrated by a group that executes people without trial, without evidence, without accountability. If something happens to me after this, you'll know why. I've set up dead man switches. If I don't check in regularly, more evidence gets released automatically. Watch for the red triangle. And if you ever receive an email marked with a green triangle, the inverse of their symbol, that's me, still fighting back from the shadows. I have to go now. I've stayed in one place too long. Remember, They're still out there, still watching, still executing their own twisted version of justice, and they're watching me type this right now. Story 20. I never believed in ghosts. I was always the practical one in my group of friends, the one who'd roll my eyes at scary stories and explain away hauntings with drafty windows and old pipes. That changed when I moved to Pine Hollow last October. After 8 exhausting years working at a tech startup in Seattle, I was burned out. The constant noise, traffic, and pressure had worn me down until I barely recognized myself anymore. When I found the listing for a small 2-story cottage at the edge of Pine Hollow, it seemed perfect, affordable, charming, and most importantly, quiet. The realtor mentioned something about colorful local stories attached to the property, but I brushed it off as small-town superstition. The price was well below market value, and I wasn't about to question my good fortune. The house itself was exactly what I wanted. Wooden floors, a stone fireplace, lots of natural light, and surrounded by massive Douglas firs that seemed to watch over the property. I fell in love immediately. The day I moved in, several neighbors stopped by with cookies and casseroles, which I thought was sweet. Looking back, I should have paid more attention to their strained smiles and the way they glanced nervously at the second-floor windows when they thought I wasn't looking. The first few nights were peaceful enough. I chalked up my uneasiness to adjusting to new surroundings. The forest sounds were different from city noise. Owls hooting, branches scraping against windows, the house settling. Normal stuff. But on the 5th night, everything changed. I woke up around 3 in the morning, not the groggy kind of waking up, but suddenly alert, heart racing, like someone had shouted my name. Then I heard it. Footsteps, clear as day, walking slowly across the floor above my bedroom. My first thought was someone had broken in, but I'd locked everything up before bed. I lay frozen, listening to the deliberate creaking of floorboards directly overhead, moving from one end of the hall to the other. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I worked up the courage to investigate. I grabbed my phone and the baseball bat I'd kept from my college softball days and crept up the stairs, wincing at each creak of the steps. As I reached the top landing, I saw something that still makes my skin crawl, a shadow. Not the kind cast by furniture or trees outside the window, but a distinctly human silhouette, small and quick, darting across the hallway into the spare bedroom. "Hello?" My voice came out as a whisper. No response. I flipped on the hallway light, and the shadow vanished. The spare room was empty. No open windows, no signs of intrusion, nothing out of place. I searched the entire upstairs, then the downstairs, finding all doors and windows still locked from the inside. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a half dream, or maybe the neighbors' warnings had planted suggestions in my subconscious. But then things started happening that I couldn't explain away. My keys would disappear from the hook by the door and turn up in the refrigerator. Books I'd left on the nightstand would be arranged in a circle on the living room floor. Once, I came home from grocery shopping to find every single cabinet door in the kitchen standing open, even though I live alone and had locked the house. The worst part wasn't the moving objects, it was the feeling of being watched. I'd be washing dishes and feel eyes on the back of my neck. I'd be showering and see a shadow pass by the frosted glass door. Several times I caught glimpses of what looked like a small figure standing at the end of my bed in the middle of the night, only to vanish when I turned on the lamp. After 2 weeks of this, I broke down and asked my next-door neighbor Martha if she knew anything about the house's history. Her face went pale. "I wondered how long it would take," she said, inviting me in for tea. "Most folks don't last a month." Martha told me the house had belonged to the Sullivan family in the 1970s. They had 3 children, the youngest being a 9-year-old girl named Emily. During a violent storm one night, Emily disappeared from her bedroom. The entire town searched for days, but they never found her. Some claimed she'd wandered into the woods and gotten lost. Others whispered darker theories involving the father, who moved the family away shortly after. "The strangest thing," Martha said, leaning forward, was that little Emily looked just like you, same red hair, same green eyes. I was only a teenager then, but I remember her clearly. A chill ran through me. I'd chosen the master bedroom downstairs because it had better light. Was Emily's room the one upstairs where I'd seen the shadow? That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that little girl, lost somewhere, maybe even in my house. Around midnight, I made a decision that probably sounds insane to anyone who hasn't experienced what I was going through. I decided to try to contact Emily. I'm not a spiritual person, but desperation makes you try things you'd normally laugh at. I set up a makeshift séance in my living room. 3 candles in a triangle, a glass of water, and a small picture of myself as a child that somewhat resembled what Martha had described Emily looking like. I felt ridiculous sitting there cross-legged on the floor, but I closed my eyes and spoke aloud. Emily Sullivan, if you're here, I want to help you. I'm not afraid of you, and I'm not going to leave. This is your home too, and we can share it. Please show me how I can help you find peace. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. One by one, the candles went out, though there wasn't a draft. The silence became heavy, pressing against my ears. And then I felt it. Someone sitting beside me, not seeing, not hearing, but feeling the unmistakable presence of another person, small and frightened. Then came the whisper, so close to my ear I could almost feel lips moving. Help me, I'm lost. My entire body broke out in goosebumps. The voice was childlike but distorted, as if coming from underwater or very far away. How can I help you, Emily? I managed to ask, my own voice shaking. In the woods, I can't find my way back. Then the presence was gone. The room warmed up and I was alone again, shivering on my living room floor with 3 extinguished candles and a certainty that I hadn't imagined any of it. I barely slept that night. In the morning, I called in sick to my remote job and tried to make sense of what had happened. If Emily had been lost in the woods, not in the house, why was she haunting the building? Unless her spirit was trying to find its way home and needed help. Around noon, I felt an inexplicable urge to go into the forest behind my property. It wasn't a conscious decision. My feet just started carrying me there, as if pulled by an invisible thread. The day was overcast, typical for the Pacific Northwest in autumn, with a fine mist hanging between the trees. I should have been scared walking into those woods alone after what had happened, but instead I felt purposeful. I walked for what must have been hours, deeper than I'd ever ventured before. The trees grew thicker, blocking out most of the already dim daylight. Several times I thought I saw a flash of movement ahead, a small figure in what might have been a pale dress, always just out of clear sight. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing I hadn't known existed. In the center stood an enormous oak tree, far older than the surrounding pines, its gnarled roots pushed up from the ground like arthritic fingers. Standing before it, I felt a certainty that I was meant to be there. At the base of the tree, one section of earth looked different, disturbed somehow, though not recently. Following pure instinct, I knelt down and began digging with my hands. The soil was surprisingly soft, giving way easily. About a foot down, my fingers struck something solid. It was a small, tarnished silver locket, crusted with dirt. My hands trembled as I pried it open. Inside was a faded photograph of a young girl with red hair and green eyes, smiling at the camera. The resemblance to my own childhood photos was uncanny. On the back of the locket was engraved a single word: Emily. I clutched the locket in my palm and closed my eyes. Emily, I said aloud to the silent forest, you're not lost anymore. I found you. You can go home now. The air around me went completely still. No birds, no rustling leaves, not even the sound of my own breathing. Then came a sensation of warmth, wrapping around me like a blanket. Though my eyes were closed, I could sense light surrounding me, and Emily's voice, clear now, not whispered or distorted, spoke directly into my mind. Thank you. I can finally go home. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the clearing, so powerful it nearly knocked me over. When I opened my eyes, the forest seemed brighter somehow, the colors more vivid. The heavy atmosphere that had permeated the woods was gone. I made my way home in a daze, the locket still clutched in my hand. When I walked through my front door, I immediately sensed the difference. The house felt lighter, the shadows less dark. That night, for the first time since moving in, I slept without interruption. No footsteps, no watching eyes, no feeling of dread. The next morning, I cleaned the locket carefully and hung it in Emily's former bedroom upstairs. I don't know exactly what happened to her all those years ago or why finding that locket helped her spirit find peace. Sometimes I wonder if she was buried there beneath that oak tree, or if she simply lost the locket while wandering lost in the woods. I've considered contacting authorities about it, but what would I say? That a ghost led me to a locket in the forest? It's been 4 months now. My house is just a house. Sometimes the pipes knock, sometimes the windows rattle in the wind. But that's all. I've made this place my home, and I think Emily has moved on to wherever she was meant to go. But sometimes when I'm half asleep, I swear I can still hear a child's laughter from the upstairs bedroom. Not frightening anymore, just peaceful. And I'm okay with that. We all need someone to remember us, even after we're gone. Story 21. I still don't know if I should be sharing this. It's been over a year since everything happened, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. My husband Marcus thinks I'm crazy for even bringing it up again, but I need to get this off my chest because it's still affecting me. About 1.5 years ago, Marcus and I moved into this flat in London. It was a decent price, which is rare for London, in a nice area, and seemed perfect on paper. The moment I stepped inside during the viewing, though, something felt wrong. Have you ever walked into a room and immediately felt like you weren't welcome, like the air itself was somehow heavy and cold? That's what it felt like. I remember turning to Marcus and whispering, "Something doesn't feel right here," but he just rolled his eyes. He's always been the logical one, dismissing anything remotely spiritual or unexplainable. "It's just an old building, Em. Of course it feels a bit off," he said, already measuring the living room with his eyes for our furniture. I let it go. I've always been sensitive to energies. My mum calls it being tuned in, but I've learned to keep quiet about it around Marcus. We signed the lease that day. The first night in our new place was when everything started. I had the most vivid nightmare I've ever experienced. I was in some kind of warehouse, dark and cold, with concrete floors. There was a blonde woman standing in the corner, but something was wrong with her. She had an inverted pentagram carved into her forehead, blood still fresh around the edges. When she saw me, she smiled, but it wasn't a normal smile. Her mouth stretched way too wide. Then she began contorting her body, bending backward until her head touched the floor behind her. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place as she began crawling toward me, still bent backward, her body moving in ways that weren't humanly possible. I finally broke free and ran, but the warehouse seemed endless. Behind me, I could hear her screaming, "You can't break the devil! You can't break the devil!" over and over. The worst part was when I turned a corner and saw hundreds of slaughterhouse hooks hanging from the ceiling. She was trying to catch me to hang me on one of those hooks. I woke up gasping for air at around 3 in the morning. My body felt like I'd been running for hours. I was completely drenched in sweat, but I was freezing cold. Marcus was already awake beside me, staring at the ceiling. "Bad dream?" I asked him, trying to calm my breathing. "Yeah," he said quietly. "People jumping off bridges, lots of them, one after another." That was strange for Marcus. He rarely has nightmares. He's one of those people who falls asleep in seconds and sleeps like a rock until morning. And when he does dream, he never remembers them. From that day forward, something changed in me physically. I started feeling constantly exhausted, like something was literally sucking the life energy out of me. I'd sleep 10, sometimes 12 hours, and still couldn't drag myself out of bed in the morning. My body felt heavy, like I was moving through mud. At first I thought I was getting sick, or maybe it was just stress from the move, but it never got better. The flat itself started to feel smaller. I know that sounds weird, but the walls seemed to be closing in on me day by day. When Marcus was at work, I'd sit in the living room and feel like I was being watched from every corner. The air felt thick, almost difficult to breathe. And the depression, God, the depression was unbearable. I'd never been a depressed person before, but in that flat, I felt this overwhelming sadness that would crush me the moment I walked through the front door. The strange thing was, as soon as I left the building, I felt better. It was like crossing the threshold released me from whatever was in there. Our marriage started suffering. Marcus couldn't understand why I was always tired, always sad. He thought I was making it up or being dramatic. We'd argue constantly, about the smallest things at first, then about bigger issues. He started staying later at work, and I couldn't blame him. I didn't want to be in that flat either, but I had nowhere else to go during the day. About 2 months after we moved in, I started seeing them. The first was a woman by the window in our bedroom. I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and saw her standing there, looking out at the street below. She was crying, her shoulders shaking silently. She wasn't solid. I could see the streetlight through her, but she wasn't quite transparent either. She had this grayish hue about her, like an old photograph. I froze in bed, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. She never turned around, just kept staring out the window, crying. The next was a small boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old. I saw him sitting on the floor in the hallway one afternoon. He was hugging his knees to his chest, rocking back and forth. His clothes looked old-fashioned, short pants, a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Like the woman, he had that same grayish quality. He didn't acknowledge me. He just kept rocking, his eyes fixed on something I couldn't see. Both of them radiated the same emotions, fear and profound sadness. It wasn't threatening, but it was overwhelming. I could feel their emotions as if they were my own, amplifying the depression and exhaustion I was already experiencing. I didn't tell Marcus about seeing them. Our relationship was already strained enough, and I knew he'd think I was losing my mind. Instead, I started researching the history of our building online, trying to find some explanation. Around this time, I kept getting this strange feeling, like someone was trying to tell me something. I kept sensing the word back in my mind, but I couldn't understand what it meant. Back where? Back when? It made no sense, until about a month later. I was walking home one evening through our complex. It was already dark, and there weren't many people around. As I turned the corner near our building, something strange happened. The best way I can describe it is that reality shifted. One moment I was walking on the modern pavement, and the next I was standing in what looked like the 1940s. The buildings around me were partially destroyed, windows blown out, walls crumbled. There was smoke everywhere, and the air smelled like dust and burning. People were running, screaming. A woman rushed past me carrying a baby, her face streaked with dirt and tears. It lasted only seconds before everything snapped back to normal, but it left me shaking on the sidewalk. That's when I realized what back meant. Something had happened here in the past, something terrible. When I got home, I immediately started researching the history of our specific area in London. What I found chilled me to the bone. During World War II, our complex had been severely bombed during the Blitz. In fact, our specific area was one of the worst hit in all of London. I found an old newspaper article with a statement from a woman who had lived in the building next to ours. There were bodies everywhere. I was trying to get away with my son, but we had to step over people. Some were still alive, crying out for help, but we couldn't stop. The bombs were still falling. It all started making sense. The trapped energies I was sensing weren't evil at all. They were the spirits of people who had died in the bombing. The terrified boy in the hallway, probably separated from his parents during the chaos. The woman at the window, perhaps waiting for someone who never came home. There was another presence I hadn't mentioned yet. A man. I never saw him clearly, but I felt him in the bathroom. He had large hands. I could sense that specifically for some reason. He never felt threatening, just profoundly sad, like the others. I decided to do something about it. Without telling Marcus, who was spending more and more time away from home, I cleansed the flat. I used salt in all the corners, burned white sage in every room, and said prayers, asking for peace for any spirits trapped there. I told them it was okay to move on, that the war was over, that they were safe now. I did this every day for a week. On the seventh day, something changed. The air in the flat suddenly felt lighter. The walls seemed to expand back to their normal size. The constant feeling of being watched disappeared. That night, I slept better than I had in months. No nightmares, no waking up exhausted. The spirits never appeared again after that. My energy slowly returned. The depression lifted. Even Marcus noticed the change when he came home from work, though he attributed it to me finally getting over whatever funk I was in. I never told him the full story. How could I explain that what I had initially perceived as evil, that nightmare with the woman and the pentagram, the feeling of energy being drained from me, was actually the trapped spirits of bombing victims desperately seeking help and attention? How they had been trying to communicate with me from the moment we moved in, trying to tell me their story so they could find peace. The most bizarre part of all this is what happened when I finally worked up the courage to talk to our neighbors about the building's history. The elderly woman next door confirmed the area had been bombed, but when I mentioned the specific newspaper article I'd found, she looked at me strangely. "Where did you say you found this?" she asked. I told her it was online, in an archive of wartime accounts. "That's interesting," she said slowly, "because my mother gave that exact statement to the papers. She lived in this very building with my brother. They both survived, but my father didn't. He was trying to help people out of the building when the second wave of bombs hit. They never found his body." She paused, then added, "He was a butcher before the war, had the largest hands you've ever seen." I still get chills thinking about it. The energies in our flat weren't random. They were connected to our specific building, to the people who had lived and died there. I don't know if what I experienced was some kind of psychic connection, or if their spirits were actually trapped there all these years. All I know is that after I acknowledged them and helped them find peace, everything changed. Marcus and I are doing better now. The flat feels like a normal home. Sometimes, though, when I'm alone, I'll say a little prayer for them, the boy, the woman, and the butcher with the large hands, just in case they can still hear me. Story 22? I've never really talked about this before, at least not all of it in one place. I guess I've always been afraid people would think I'm crazy or making it up for attention, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been weighing on me for years, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. I come from Ridgewood, a pretty normal suburban town, but my family is anything but normal. For generations, the women in my family have had what my mom used to call the sight. It sounds dramatic, I know, but there's no other way to describe it. We just know things before they happen. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes in weird feelings we can't shake, sometimes in symbols that make no sense until after. My mom had it worse than most. When I was 8, she kept having dreams about snakes for nearly a week straight. She'd wake up screaming about them slithering across her skin. My dad thought she was just stressed from work, but she insisted something was wrong with our house. She kept checking the basement, the crawl spaces, everywhere. Finally, my dad climbed up into the attic to prove to her nothing was there. Guess what he found? A massive snake infestation. Somehow they'd gotten in through a hole in the roof and had been living up there for months. The exterminator said he'd never seen anything like it, but that wasn't even the scariest thing my mom predicted. The last thing she ever said to me, the day before she fell into a coma she never woke up from, was, "Don't bite the apple, Katie." I had no idea what she meant. I was 15 and just rolled my eyes, thinking it was just Mom being weird again. The next morning I found her unconscious on the kitchen floor. She'd had an aneurysm during the night. 3 days later, the doctors told us there was no brain activity. We had to let her go. It wasn't until I was cleaning out her nightstand that I found her journal. The last entry, written the night before her coma, described a dream where she was in a garden, reaching for an apple on a tree. In the dream, someone kept warning her not to take it, that it would be the end wrote, that she knew what it meant, that her time was coming, but she couldn't stop it. My great-grandmother had it too. The night before she died, she told my grandmother that she'd seen my great-grandfather, who'd been dead for 12 years, standing at the foot of her bed. She said he was wearing his Sunday best and told her it was time to go home. My grandmother found her the next morning, peaceful, like she'd just fallen asleep. It's not just the women, though. My dad once collapsed in the middle of dinner, clutching his chest and gasping about his cousin Eric being trapped. 2 hours later, we got the call that Eric had been in a car accident. His car had flipped and pinned him inside. He died before they could get him out. Dad said he felt like he couldn't breathe, like he was drowning in his own blood, which is exactly what happened to Eric. I first realized I had it too when I was 7. My Aunt Shelley was supposed to pick me up from school, but she never showed. When my dad finally came to get me, he was white as a sheet. He told me there had been an accident, that Aunt Shelley was in the hospital, but she would be okay. I remember looking up at him and saying, "The red truck hit her blue car and made it all flat." His face just crumpled. He asked me how I knew that, and I couldn't tell him. I just did. Later, I found out that Aunt Shelley's car had been so crushed by the semi that hit her that you couldn't even tell what color it was from the accident photos, but somehow I knew it was blue. I knew exactly what happened without being told. As I got older, these premonitions, or whatever you want to call them, got stronger and more frequent. When I was 16, I went with my friend Melissa to her family's compound in upstate New York. It was this huge old place with like 6 buildings that had been in her family since the 1800s. The main house was this massive Victorian with more rooms than anyone needed. The first night we were there, I woke up around 3 in the morning with this overwhelming feeling that someone was watching me. I sat up and looked out the window, and that's when I saw it, a figure standing in the window of the carriage house across the yard. It was just a silhouette, but I could tell it was a man. Tall, thin, with what looked like a hat on. I blinked, and he was gone. The next morning, I asked Melissa if anyone was staying in the carriage house. She said no, it had been empty for years. I told her what I saw, and she brushed it off, said it was probably just shadows. But that night at dinner, I noticed her grandfather staring at me. After everyone else had gone to bed, he asked me what exactly I'd seen. I told him, and he nodded slowly. "That would be Howard," he said. "He lived in that carriage house in the 1920s, hanged himself from the rafters after his wife left him. People see him sometimes, usually just before something bad happens." I laughed it off, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination combined with a creepy old man's ghost story. But as we were leaving 3 days later, Melissa grabbed my arm and whispered, "I saw him too, the man in the window. I've seen him every time I've been here since I was little. I just didn't want to scare you." 2 weeks after we got back, Melissa's grandfather had a massive stroke. He survived, but he was never the same. But the worst, the absolute worst, was Valentine's Day, 2014. I was a senior in high school. In English class, we were doing this stupid Valentine's word scramble game. You know, unscramble words like heart and Cupid and stuff. I kept rearranging my letters, and they kept spelling death and die. I tried to make love and got vile instead. I tried to make roses and got sores. I started feeling sick to my stomach. The room was spinning, and I could hear this weird buzzing in my ears. I asked to be excused and practically ran to the bathroom, where I threw up until there was nothing left. When I looked in the mirror, my face was chalk white and my nose was bleeding. I cleaned myself up as best I could and went to the nurse, who called my dad to come get me. When we pulled up to our house, there were 3 ambulances and a police car in the driveway. My stepdad, Mark, had had a massive heart attack while working in the garage. The paramedics said he was dead before he hit the ground. He was only 43. Later, when I was helping my dad go through Mark's things, I found a Valentine's card he'd bought for me. Inside, he'd written, "To my favorite daughter, don't tell your sister. Life is short, so make every day count. Love you always, Mark." The card had blood on it, his blood, from when he fell. He must have been holding it when it happened. I didn't tell anyone about the word scramble. How could I? Oh, by the way, I knew Mark was going to die because my Valentine's Day word game told me so. They'd have had me committed. After that, I tried to ignore the signs, push them away whenever they started to appear. I convinced myself it was just grief and trauma making me paranoid. But they wouldn't stop. When I was 20, my great-aunt Viv died, leaving me her house in her will. I'd always been her favorite, though I never understood why. The house was this tiny little bungalow on the edge of town that she'd lived in with her boyfriend Calvin for 40 years. They never married, but they were as good as. Calvin had died 3 years before Viv. The day I went to check out the house for the first time after the funeral, I felt uneasy as soon as I put the key in the lock. The air inside was stale and cold, much colder than it should have been in May. As I walked through the living room, I heard what sounded like someone clearing their throat behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid. "Is anyone here?" No answer, of course. I continued my tour, trying to ignore the feeling of eyes on my back. When I reached the bedroom, the door was closed. I know it was closed because I distinctly remember putting my hand on the knob and feeling how ice cold it was. When I pushed the door open, the smell hit me first. Old Spice aftershave, the kind Calvin used to wear. And there he was, sitting on the edge of the bed. Calvin, looking exactly as he had when he was alive, down to the plaid shirt and suspenders he always wore. He wasn't transparent or ghostly. He looked solid, real. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. He looked up at me and frowned. "You shouldn't be here, Katie," he said. His voice was just as I remembered it, gruff but kind. "I told Viv not to give you this place. It's not safe for you." I managed to stammer. Why not?" He stood up and I noticed that his feet didn't quite touch the floor. "Because you see too much already. This house will only make it worse. Get out while you can." I blinked, and he was gone. The room was empty, the bed neatly made, no sign anyone had been sitting on it. But the smell of Old Spice lingered. I ran out of the house and didn't go back for a week. When I finally worked up the courage to return, I brought my dad with me. Nothing happened while he was there, and I started to think I'd imagined the whole thing. I decided to spend the night to prove to myself that I was just being paranoid. That was a mistake. I woke up around 2 in the morning, unable to move. Sleep paralysis, I thought. I'd had it before, but this was different. The weight on my chest wasn't just the usual pressure. It felt like someone was sitting on me. I could barely breathe. Then I saw it. A shadow, darker than the darkness of the room, hovering above me. It had no face, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The shadow leaned closer, and I felt something like ice-cold fingers stroke my cheek. Then, with no warning, it raked what felt like claws across my face. The pain was instant and intense. Suddenly, I could move again. I scrambled for the light switch, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. When the light came on, the shadow was gone, but my reflection in the mirror across the room showed 3 long, bloody scratches down my right cheek. I packed my things and left that night, never to return. I sold the house as quickly as possible, taking a loss just to be rid of it. I never told anyone what happened, but sometimes I catch people staring at the scars on my face, which never quite healed right. The thing is, I later found out that Calvin had made Viv promise never to let me into that house. He'd been emphatic about it, according to Viv's sister. He never explained why, just said it wasn't safe for me there. How could he have known? What did he see that I couldn't? I still have the premonitions. I've learned to live with them, even use them sometimes to help people. But I never know if what I'm seeing is a warning I can act on, or just a preview of inevitable tragedy. That's the worst part, the helplessness. Last week I started dreaming about snakes again, just like my mom did all those years ago. I've checked my apartment top to bottom. Nothing, but the dreams won't stop. And last night I swear I heard my mom's voice while I was half asleep, whispering the same thing she said before she died. "Don't bite the apple, Katie." I don't know what it means. I don't know what's coming, but I can feel it. Something's about to happen, and I'm terrified.